I hate COVID.
We'll call the meeting of the Porterville City Council to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Tate,
Just unmute.
All right.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Present.
Councilmember Stowe. Present. Vice Mayor Flores,
Present.
Mayor Reyes.
Present. Thank you. That brings us to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone that wanted to come forward for oral communications for closed session items? Don't see any in the chamber. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We can go ahead and read the closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 7 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, comes to real property negotiators, property APNs 302-100-015, 302-130-028, 302-130-007, and 302-130-008. Agency negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Friant Water Authority, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, comes to real property negotiators, property APN 302-110-032, agency negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and SV Farms LLC, under negotiation terms and price. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.8, comes to real property negotiators, property APN 302-130-030 and 302-130-1010, agency negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Mark C. and Virginia Jaggers, under negotiation terms and price. Item 4, Government Code Section 54957.6, comes to labor negotiator, agency negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, employee organizations, Porterville Peace Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Fire Officer Series, Management Confidential Series, Porterville City Employees Association, Public Safety Support Union, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council of Legal Counsel, existing litigation, statewide traffic safety and signs incorporated v. California Professional Engineering et al. And related cross complaints, Tulare County Superior Court case number 284137. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation for cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 7, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of one case. Staff's report.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we will reconvene from closed session. Anything to report?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation. Salute, pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there anyone who would like to come forward and give an invocation?
I'll do it. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we're so thankful that we have the freedoms that we have in the United States and that we can come together and have a meeting of minds. And we pray, Father, that you'll be here tonight with the City Council and all those who are going to present from the audience, that they will do it with kindness and respect. We pray, Father, that all the decisions that are made tonight will be done in favor of what's good for the city of Porterville and its citizens. We ask, Father, that you bless the first responders that work to keep our city safe, and we pray that you'll be with them always and protect them and bring them home to their families every night. We're so thankful for, Father, for all that we have, and we pray that you'll continue to bless us with what we stand in need of. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Also, please remain standing. I'd like to have a moment of silence in memory of Secretary of State Colin Powell, a great leader and a great American. Thank you. You may be seated. That brings us to oral communications. Oral communications is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward? And just as a reminder, please state your name and address for the record.
Fred Beltran, 40 South A Street. I'm here representing the Porterville Rest Commission, and I'm on item 19. And in case I'll be here, hopefully, be short night, right? And so if you have any questions later on. And I also have an individual here that wants to speak regarding the Rest Commission. Thank you. He's been at the Rest Commission for 2 years.
Nick Pina, 30 South A Street. Good evening. My name is Nick Pina. I'm speaking on behalf of the new Porterville Rest Commission. Although there is so much for me to say, here's everything in a nutshell. The Rest Commission is a place where individuals can recreate their lives and better themselves. This place not only gives them hope for their future, but also an opportunity to build a foundation to return to society and become productive. In my time at the mission, I have seen God restore lives from people who are broken and dealing with drug addiction and alcoholism to being reunited with their families through change. Whether it be getting a job or helping someone get back on their feet, this place provides the resources required for an individual to remain clean and sober, and a reason to become harmless to themselves and the community with provided shelter, food, and counseling for character and self-development. This program does not discriminate anyone, no matter the origin, race, or nationality. This place welcomes everyone. The community needs a place like the mission as it continues to provide a way for the people that exist in this community to collaborate with those who are seeking refuge and an opportunity to change every aspect of life for the good of themselves and their surroundings. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Garrett, 29650 Avenue 118. I'm one of the applicants for the cannabis license. I just would like to ask the city council to bring that third license, 100% locally owned, back to the table. I mean, it's been a long time, and I know there's a lot of things that have happened, but I would really like to know what's going on with that third license. And that's about it. You guys have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward?
My name is Karen Stover, 2558 West Whitechapel Avenue, Porterville. And I'm here tonight because I have an application in for the Library and Literacy Commission. And I've lived here in Porterville for 37 years. I taught here for, about 30 years. And I'm looking forward to working with the other members of the commission. I've been a reader and have had a love of books my whole life. So I'm really eager and looking forward to doing that. So thank you for considering my application.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward?
Mr. Lawless has some literature. First thing is I wanted to give you a good piece of news. As of today, the county of Tulare only has 29 suicides. On average, this time of year, we usually have 37 to 39. So let's keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't go up any. In spite of COVID, we've been able to reduce our numbers in Tulare County. Now on to the meat of the subject. Regarding item 21, First Amendment. Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Then on to Jefferson's letter to the Danbury Baptists. Messrs. Nehemiah Dodge, Ephraim Robbins, and Stephen S. Nelson, a committee of the Danbury Baptist Association in the state of Connecticut. Gentlemen, the affectionate sentiments of esteem and approbation which you are so good as to express towards me on behalf of the Danbury Baptist Association give me the highest satisfaction. My duties dictate a faithful and zealous pursuit of the interests of my constituents, and in proportion as they are persuaded of my fidelity to those duties, the discharge of them becomes more and more pleasing. Believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between a man and his God, that he owes account to no other for his faith or his worship, that the legitimate powers of government reach actions only and not opinions. I contemplate in sovereign reverence to that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state, adhering to this expression of the supreme will of the nation on behalf of the rights of conscience. I shall see with sincere satisfaction the progress of those sentiments which tend to restore to man all his natural rights, convinced he has no natural right in opposition to his social duties. I reciprocate your kind prayers for the protection and blessing of the common Father and Creator of man, and tender you for yourselves and your religious association assurances of my high respect and esteem. Thomas Jefferson, January 1st, 1802. If I may have about a minute left more.
Council, any? 1 minute.
As regards to the billboard, the only compelling government censorship of what is on that billboard is if it is profane or a distraction to traffic. Other than that, the city cannot control what's on that billboard. There are multiple case law talking about that. One of them, Lamar Advertising, actually filed against the city of Los Angeles. I mean, I've gone through 28 different case laws in the last 2 days and read them. That's the only thing you're allowed to control as far as content. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
I got to cheat. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on record. Mayor, council members, I would like to address the proposed review of the billboard regulations. I have seen the billboard that has resulted in this quote-unquote situation. In my opinion, anytime somebody is willing to put up advertising for a health care service, they should be commended. The billboard faces Highway 65, where adults, emphasis, adults, can easily see it, while it may be seen by those under age 18. If they see it and take advantage of the health care service offered, is that a bad thing? Lastly, again, in my opinion, the real question here is about a situation this city dealt with back in 2008 and 2016. That being discrimination against a protected class of people. That discussion became so heated that lives were threatened to the point where police patrols were stepped up in my neighborhood without even a request on my part. Do we really want to go down that path again after the progress we have made since then? The ordinance in question has, in my opinion, been working just fine since it was last changed. I hope the council will deal with item 21 by sending it to the trash can of history. As a city of 60,000+ residents, we need to move forward and not try to go backward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Not seeing any in the chamber. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Your Honor, it appears that we do have someone on Zoom who wishes to speak.
Oh. Have they already started?
Thank you all, and I love Porterville. I've been here for a short while, and I'd like to be a resident for all my life. But you guys are doing a good job, I think. There's a couple of roads to be fixed, but I'm going to work it out, right? Anyway, thank you so much for all your help.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Your Honor, I'll be bringing in the individual on Zoom.
Hi, welcome.
Hear me? Hi, this is Kathy Capone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to thank you for the City Council for your dedication to the City of Porterville and the long hours you spend serving as council members. This comment is specific to your consideration of the drought emergency and as a general background when considering water use, production, and water table issues. Please consider the water savings and environmental benefits that will follow when home, public, and commercial landscapes switch from high water use landscapes to California native plant landscapes in part or whole. Once established, correctly selected California native plants Oh, I didn't say my name. This is Catherine Capone, 806 West Westfield Avenue, Porterville. Okay, once established, correctly selected California native plants require little irrigation beyond normal rainfall, saving time and money. While no landscape is maintenance-free, California native plants require significantly less time and resources than traditional turf-dominated landscapes. With native plants, you can skip the harmful pesticides and insecticides. Native plants have developed their own defenses against pests and diseases. Lowering the use of pesticides lowers the pesticides in the runoff waters. Many native butterflies, bees, and birds are endangered, due in part to habitat loss. Native plants provide much-needed sources of food and shelter for these local insects and birds. The following are some ways we can save water in home landscapes. Change your lawn to a low water lawn alternative. Most lawn grasses are considered high water users, which means they use roughly 1 inch of water per week. By changing to a low water lawn alternative, you can use about 50% less water. That conservatively means each home saves almost 8,000 gallons of water per year for a 1,000 square foot lawn. Increasingly, water districts and local municipalities provide turf removal rebates to change lawns to low water lawn alternatives. 2, remove your lawn and plant low water using trees, shrubs, and perennials. Similar to the item above, you can typically save even more water by removing all your lawn and even lawn alternatives. My estimate is that you'll save closer to 75% of the water you now use for lawn, or almost 12,000 gallons of water per year for a 1,000 square foot lawn. Again, municipalities and water districts can support this with rebates. 3rd, plant locally native California plants. Locally native plants are adapted to the climate conditions where you live, including annual rainfall. Once established, these plants do not need additional irrigation and can thrive on normal annual rainfall alone. Thank you for your time that you spend supporting the city of Porterville and looking carefully into all the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. That concludes oral communications. I made an error. There was a presentation, the Chamber of Commerce quarterly presentation. I apologize, Mrs. Clausen. So at this time, we can go ahead and proceed with the quarterly report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me. I do have a PowerPoint presentation to go along with my report today. Okay. So my report for this quarter is for July, includes July, August, and September. The report starts off with our board members. We have had no changes the last month or so. We are still in need of board members. As you can see, we have 4 vacancies. Our current board chair is Dennis Ickes, and our chair-elect is Dr. Anthony Martin. He is with the Burton School District and will be taking Dennis's place. We are actively taking applications for board members. Board members do need to be from a chamber member business, and we're always considering new businesses and nonprofits. Next slide. So this is an example of what's circulating around to get attention, as we do need board members. We have a process for our board members, make sure we look into the members, what kind of participation do they have at their business. Being a part of the board allows for participation in the community. The more board members and ambassadors we have, the more we can do for our businesses as well as the community. Next slide. Which brings me into the ambassador program. That is something that for a few months we kind of just did away with. We had very little participation through Zoom meetings, and it really was just more work than we needed, than what it was worth. And the whole purpose of ambassador program is to get volunteers, to get help into the chamber and in the events that we're putting out. This meeting that you see here, November 3rd, will be our third luncheon this year that since we've resumed the ambassador program. We're using it as a learning process for the new ambassadors as well as the old ones to just get ideas and figure out how to revamp this new program. The goals here, really the chamber's goals, is to bring in diversity as far as different sectors, business sectors in our community. We want to make sure that we have representation from the medical field, from agriculture, from small businesses, big businesses, and this is going to help us just get out there in the community and make sure that we're participating in all sorts of events, member events and community events. And we want to increase our numbers. Previously, there was a limit of 30 ambassadors, and recently we were at a third of that. So the goal is to get up to that 30 number to ensure that we have enough volunteers at our events. Next slide. So this here is a little bit of the community participation that the chamber has had in the city of Porterville. The Mighty 190 is one committee that we're part of. I'll be on that meeting tomorrow at noon. Sequoia Tourism Council is another committee that we're part of. We've been meeting through Zoom, trying to bring tourism to our area. P8 Coalition is something we're active. We have various internships and externships that we participate. Currently doing a lot with PUSD, and we're working to get more involved with Burton as well. We've had a number of CSET internships, and we have an externship with SJVC that will begin in November. Here you see some of the public events that we've been participating in. Music on Main is a big one. So far, pretty successful. Really excited for this one, and this one has taken a lot of our efforts. We added vendors this round for the fall season, and it's gone really well. It was a slow start. The first one, we had maybe 3 vendors show up. We were waiting with the county to get our food vendors out there, but I'm really happy to report this last event did great. We had 23 booths allotted for our vendors, food vendors, non-food vendors, and informational booths. Unfortunately, we did have 3 drop off last minute due to personal reasons, but it was still a success. We had our food vendors actually sell out of food, and we had a lot of the non-food vendors say they did really well. I was disappointed because the crowd wasn't there in the grass, but people were coming through and going home, which I guess on a COVID side is positive because we had people come out, interact, and then go home and be safe at home. We have one more event for October 29th. Again, 6 to 9, and we plan to have Dia de los Muertos theme. So we're planning to have mariachi out there, some folkloric baile, and some DJ in between. And all of our vendors are encouraged to decorate and dress up. So we're excited for that last one of the season. Cars Under the Stars has been an event that we've been working on to make available to the public. For the holiday series, we did make that free to the public, and we're looking for sponsors and other ways to make that a fun, safe event for the public. Our first one is October 30th with a Halloween event, a Halloween theme. We'll be moving forward in November with a Thanksgiving theme after the holidays, after the Thanksgiving holiday. And then lastly, we have the December one, which will be Monday after Christmas, again, to to promote safe family outings. I'm sorry, I'm turning this into not a report of the last month, so I'm turning this into something else. But those are some of the events that we've been working on, and we have plans for more in the future. Next slide. This here is some of the things that we do while we're sitting around in the office. We get plenty of calls. July, you can see mostly we're talking about Balch Park. People really wanted to get back in there, whether it was out-of-state calls from Porterville, all over the place. We got calls about tourism, when can I get back up in the mountains? AC services too. While we were through that heat wave, we had plenty of people calling, trying to find out who's local and who's reputable. In August, we saw an uptick in relocation packets, mainly housing info, people looking for places to rent. That was a big one that we saw in August. Maps, both August and September were really popular, which is something that we're working on in the future. We do have a map project in the works. Restaurant directory is something as well. I think when school started, people were looking for some takeout options. So restaurant directory, trying to get all our local businesses some business there. So we're excited for those calls. Community service hours, again, as school started up, people needing to figure out where they can complete their community service hours. And I think also with some of the COVID regulations easing up, people wanted to get out there and complete those hours. And then just events and activities. I think, again, with the COVID regulations loosening up, people wanted to get out and do something safe. So we were really happy to be able to direct people to outdoor events. September, we definitely saw an uptick in COVID testing site questions and the city vaccine incentives. We had plenty of calls about that. Where can I go? When are the events? People were definitely excited about those, and so we were happy to be able to provide website links as well as just detailed information over the phone. Next slide. These are some of the ongoing projects. Some I've already touched on. Cars Under the Stars events will continue that throughout the season, and we'll continue that into spring. Our publications, the membership directory is actively being worked on right now. This is going to be mostly for members. It's a membership directory, but the city map is where we're really putting more focus on in the future. Again, we've had a ton of questions, a lot of inquiries, people wanting maps, whether from here in our area and even out of state. So that one is definitely going to happen. The Sequoia Visitor Guide is something that we work in partnership with the Sequoia Tourism Council that we're part of. So that will be coming out again. We always put in an ad in there for tourism in our area. And we also include different businesses in that guide to try to bring people to our area. And then so Government Affairs Committee is an ongoing improvement project. Just like the ambassador program, it kind of died off during COVID because of Zoom and just people kind of being over Zoomed, I think. Too much virtual meetings. So we're working on Government Affairs Committee. How can we reconnect and how can we make sure that people are getting the most out of that committee? Workshops, seminars, lunch and learns is something I keep getting asked for, and so I want to make sure that we get those out to our members, but also make it available to the public. We have plenty of wants as far as how to start up a business, how to do the business license, how to do a county permit, the health county permit, which is something with the Music on Main. We've been able to assist a lot of new businesses. Next slide. Here's a list of some of our newest chamber members. We do have a lot of interest in membership, so I'm hoping next quarter we'll increase this. While we've been out there with all the vendors, the pop-up vendors, we've had a lot of interest in city business licenses in the Tulare County Health permits as well as chamber memberships. So events like that have really helped us connect and assist new business owners on how to properly get their paperwork in order. Next slide. Here are two of our ribbon cuttings. I think it's missing some of the pictures. We were having trouble getting this over. We had some pictures of Treasures Thrift Store in there as well. These are two ribbon cuttings that we had August and September. Really happy that these are both Main Street businesses, and they are both doing really well. So make sure you check those out. Next slide. And here's a little bit of what's going on for October, November, December. Music on Main is still going on through the end of October. We decided to postpone the business showcase. That's a big project, and we have a lot of big projects going on right now. This one poses a little more work. It's typically done inside, and with all of the mask mandates, vaccine mandates, it would just seem prudent to wait on this one, although we've had a lot of interest. So I'm definitely eager to get this in the works and figure out how to safely conduct an event like this. Cars Under the Stars is an outdoor event, so we're continuing with it. I already touched on those holiday series. We do plan to have vendors out there as well. Christmas Parade is something that in the background we've been talking about, and the community civic event permit is in order, is been sent over, so I'm sure we'll be talking about that at the next city council meeting. Some of the plans there to make it happen is changing it to daytime instead of nighttime, extend the route. So I'm eager to talk about that and figure out how we can make it work and make sure it's done safely. Next slide. And again, thank you for all your support. Personally, this has been a huge learning experience, and I'm really thankful for all of you. Staff as well, city staff has been super helpful. So just thank you, and I'm excited to continue to come up here and talk about matters that are important to our city.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council?
Can I have a comment?
Sure.
Just want to thank you for the report, first of all. And I appreciate the information. It's very helpful because of just, improving our communication and updates. I appreciate the information on the board members and then the vacancies. Also, in September, you highlighted the COVID tests and vaccine sites. I think that shows really support back to the city that we're trying to work together and promote this for those that want to know that information. I know that COVID test sites are getting harder to find sometimes, so great. And then also the upcoming event, so thank you for that.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Yeah. Back to the board of directors. It pleases me to see that you're putting out an APB in the recruitment process. Is this information on your website?
So our website right now, there's not much on there. We are in the process of updating our website. It's just an outdated system that, honestly, every time I update things, it doesn't register. So no, it currently is not, but as soon as we get the new website out, it definitely will be.
Okay, and just another question. So if I were to walk in, just using myself as an example, to walk in and say I'm interested in applying, what information would you be giving me?
We would request a resume, basically. We are working on a spreadsheet to make it easier, so we can just hand you a sheet and you could fill it out kind of like an application. We would invite the interested person to one of our board meetings so they can be introduced to the rest of the board. We can have a discussion of what's expected of a board member, and they could see the structure of the meetings. And then they would be considered.
One more question. Do your board of directors receive board training as a part of the process?
Since I've been in part of the chamber, we have not had that as a formal process, but that is something that we plan to bring back.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate, did you have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for all your questions and feedback. I do appreciate that.
That brings us to the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. First up is the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation meeting September 22nd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had the opportunity to attend that meeting virtually, actually, on September 22nd. Wasn't here last meeting to provide that report, but did have the opportunity to participate virtually. Fairly straightforward agenda, beginning with their financial report. It was reported that not only that the city of Porterville had rejoined membership in the Tulare County EDC, but as had at that point Exeter as well. So all of the cities, I would say the full complement of the public agencies were again represented on the EDC. The current prospect report was reviewed, speaking about one of the prospects that continues to look in Tulare County and had engaged in the city of Porterville as well. They took action on what's called the SEDS report. It's a report that's done that puts a lot of the capital projects across our county into a report for potential eligibility for federal EDA, Economic Development Agency funding. So we update to them all of our capital projects for the potential of future EDA funding. Very difficult funding source to access, but at least to have some projects that should funding opportunities present themselves are eligible, and so the board to take action on that report. And then at the end, in dealing with CEO, the Chief Executive Officer's comments, wanted to thank Sam Diaz, who had tendered his resignation and has joined one of our local companies as their general manager at Zeronox. So that was a meeting, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Lawless? Okay. Thank you for the report. The next report is for the Local Initiatives Navigation Center Committee link, and it's a services event from October 6th. And I think Councilmember Tate is the reporter on this.
Yes, I attended this meeting via Zoom, and we talked about needs for our individuals that are without homes. And so winter's coming, weather's changing, they need jackets and they need shoes, they need socks. I'm talking about maybe purchasing some sleeping bags. We're still trying to, we're actually considering meeting in person since we're sort of getting back into being together, but, practicing social distancing and all of that instead of doing it by Zoom in the near future. Because if and when we do have funds and if and when we receive the things that we're going to order, we're going to need to get together to be able to organize and distribute. So that's what's happening. We talked about the stigmatism of the term homeless and also the parallel between the assumption that people who are homeless also have mental disorders, which is not always the case. And we had a long discussion about how this being without a home could happen to any one of us, or maybe just a paycheck away from it. So we want to try to get over the assumption that people that are in this situation they may be jobless, they may not have a place to live, but they don't need the stigmatization. So that's what we're working towards, is being able to, and then we're hoping that we'll be able to, there'll be more supportive housing for them, in the near future. And so that pretty much concludes what we talked about. We, of course, reviewed all the minutes from the previous meetings, and then we'll have another meeting this coming Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next report is the meeting that we had with State Senator Melissa Hurtado on October 7th. The Vice Mayor and I were lucky enough to meet here right across the street with the Senator and her staff. Also at the meeting, Ms. Hildreth and Mr. Knight from the city staff, as well as the Vice Chairman of the Tule River Tribal Council. Very productive meeting. It had been quite some time since we had been able to catch up, and so we spent a lot of time going over primarily the improvements and planned improvements that we're looking at in the realm of water, discussing the tertiary treatment plant, the philosophy behind that, how it would impact the community, as well as financial needs that we may have going forward that the senator may be able to help by reinforcing our requests at certain levels. I think that the meeting, as I mentioned, went well, and the senator and her staff were receptive. I'd like to thank Mr. Knight for his well done report and summarizing both our efforts to date as well as future improvements and the scope of what those look like, which I think illustrated a very clear picture to the senator in ways that she could possibly help us achieve some of these goals that are not only to the benefit of the city, but to the surrounding communities as well as our ag partners and businesses around. So again, we're looking to have another meeting after allowing the information, which was quite a bit, to be digested by her and her staff, and look forward to that next meeting sometime in the next couple of months. And hopefully these will be a semi-regular occurrence. And Vice Mayor, I didn't know if you had any additional comments.
No, I don't have more to say other than I was pleased that she is open to coming back when we asked the question, that we had more information that is city-related and issues that are relevant and important to this community. She was receptive and accepting of the invitation.
I agree, and I think to illustrate the close collaboration with the tribal council was impressed upon her, that her constituents are working hard and that her involvement is much needed. So again, a good meeting. That same day, due to the good meeting, Mr. Knight and I were unable to attend the next meeting, which is up for report, which is the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting on October 7th. So we look forward to reporting out on the next meeting at a future council meeting. And I understand that the Tulare County Water Commission meeting was canceled for October 11th. So
That is correct.
so there's no report for that. And that brings us to COVID Ad Hoc Committee meeting of October 15th. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Carrillo to do the report.
Sure, Mayor. So we did meet on several items. I'll start with, we discussed the Galaxy 9 Theater's Trunk or Treat event. And throughout all these discussion points, we take in a lot of staff's considerations and recommendations, and then focus our discussion around that. The next item we discussed was a street closure, Porter Road, which was for the, which event was that for?
The Military Academy.
Yeah, that's right, the Military Academy. So, yeah, trunk or treat event, so we wanted to close that. They're requesting to close that road there for their event. The next items were brought up by the Parks and Rec, and some of those items were city adult flag football. We next discussed the Christmas tree lighting ceremony to be held on November 26th. Some of the other items, we discussed the possibility if there was going to be a Christmas parade. Also discussed the senior Christmas luncheon, and that the Burton cafeteria is not available. So we're not going to move forward with that. Zolid House discussed the paranormal tours and candlelight tours. Also discussed Adult Learning Center reopening for the public. We discussed the Tule River Parkway and promoting public visits to the native plant gardens. And then also the Beyond the Blueprint updates.
That's right, and thank you for the report, and there's a lot of information that's still, with not any anticipated big changes coming, but you never know what will come our way in the future. So thank you for giving the report. Is there any questions on that report? Okay. That brings us to the Tulare County Association of Governments, Tulare County Transportation Authority meeting of October 18th.
Mayor, we met yesterday, but I will carry it over to the items that we have large meeting. I'll just carry my report over to the next council meeting.
Okay. And the last meeting for report is the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency meeting, which happened yesterday. Just a few quick, quick recap of that, just a few action items. Of course, to approve the resolution supporting a State Assembly Bill 361, which allows us to continue remote meetings via Zoom or other ways to comply with the Brown Act. There was an approval of the Fare Free for All program, an amended expiration date, which will be January 3rd, allowing those celebrating New Year's to be able to travel as the date falls on a weekend. So there may be additional parties, so that we wanted to allow safe travel for folks on transit, taking advantage of the free fare program. So again, that's January 3rd, that program will end. There's also approval of a Cal ITP, which is Contact Fare Payment System. We are, I think, the fourth in the state that's looking into this contactless payment system. It's a 6-month program, so that we approved that to start. And the final item that we took action on was the start of a social media campaign and promotion for the Why I Ride TC, which is to promote ridership on the Tulare County Transit that we're putting together. Of course, this is the initial endeavor, so there was an investment with, it was Rethought Reborn had a contract, which I believe was $2,900 for promotion, social media, website, and outreach that we could do, as well as an incentive program. The total for this was $5,000, with a 10% contingency being the first program we undertake for promotion. Wanted to have a little bit of a contingency in case the costs were a little more than they anticipated. So those are the 3 actions. And are there any questions for that report? Okay. That brings us to the other reports. We have, looks like there were 3 scheduled meetings. We have a report from Parks and Leisure Services Commission, meeting of October 7th.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Commissioner Diane Graybell with our commission report. 2 concrete cornhole sets purchased with Community Development Block Grant Park Improvement Funds were recently installed at Fallen Heroes Park. A mini picnic shelter was installed by park staff at Zalud Park. This was also purchased with Community Development Block Grant Park Improvement Funds. The 10th annual corporate games concluded last month. 10 teams competed, with the Walmart Distribution Center Blue Team coming out victorious. Pictured here is Town and Country Market doing archery. The teams participated in 9 different events, including standing, broad jump, and javelin. Music on Maine's free concert series continues October 29th at 6 p.m. This Friday evening at 6 p.m. in Centennial Park is the Pioneer Days pageant. 14 girls ages 3 through 7 have entered the Little Miss and Junior Miss divisions. Registration is underway for the annual Veterans Day Run and Walk. Young and old alike are welcome to participate in the 5K run, 5K walk, and 10K run. The race begins at 7:30 a.m. in front of City Hall and concludes just prior to the Veterans Day parade. The public has until October 25th to register for the second annual Halloween home decorating contest. Prizes will be awarded to the top 3, plus a People's Choice Award. That concludes our report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the report. Next, we have the Library and Literacy Commission meeting of October 12th.
I'm going to take this mask off. My asthma's acting up. Good evening, council members, city staff, and anybody else who's around. It's actually a good day for me as far as a library commissioner goes. We had virtual story times in English and Spanish, which we do on Facebook every week, every Tuesday, in case you didn't know, about 10 o'clock. And we had 1,418 viewers for the month of September. So that's pretty good. The Grab and Go program, it continues. It's had 130 visitors and people who borrowed 816 books. The staff has been busy processing books and getting ready for the opening of our temporary library. And that's kind of why I'm excited. Commissioner May gave an update on what the committee's doing for the library planning committee, and we like that. But one of the things that happened was we asked the Friends of the Library to come and give us a report on what's going on with them. Many of you may not realize that many programs that are not funded by the city are funded by the book sales from the Friends of the Library. So we are always very concerned with how things are going with them. And Janice Whitaker, the president, and Pat Beck, the treasurer, gave us a report. We found out in the process they had no place to hold meetings, so our chair, who is on the museum board, offered the museum. So now they have a place where they can meet regularly and not have to go from house to house. So that's a good thing. We also learned that there being some of the storage space they have, where the books are in storage, they're losing that space the end of the year, and they're looking desperately for a place to move stored books and people to help move them. So that was a little bit unsettling. And but the good news was that after the fire, approximately $59,000 was donated toward the new library. So that's a positive. They do a lot of good things, and I don't think the Friends get the credit they should. And I definitely want everybody to know how much they do for us. Vicki gave us an update on the temporary library. We got to see the schematics of the arrangement of what's being done in that small space. And I say small space, but then when you look at the intense planning that went into it and how it's arranged, it's amazing the way it's going to flow and be able to convert. And I'm really pleased. I mean, that really made me feel good and the other members, because we could see it. She's been in conference with the builders, so we're really getting excited. Hopefully, come the first of the year, we'll have our temporary library. If COVID doesn't delay the delivery of furniture. That word again, right? Vicki also gave us the report on the mobile library, where we got the $60,000 grant and all this. I don't know if you guys have seen it. At the meeting, we arranged to see it afterwards, but I had already seen it. And I was calling it cute. And some people thought I was being silly. A mobile library, cute? But when you go out and see it, it is really cute. It's attractive. It's eye-catching. And this is for the kids. And it's really a very positive thing. And I don't know if you've looked into what's going on with it, but it's a great thing that's going to help us till we get our permanent library in a few years. Like I said, I'm really jacked because things are now happening and I can see that I can get the services that I've been missing thanks to COVID and the fire. But I want to thank you in advance. I know there are some openings on our commission and I know you're going to fill them for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see an Arts Commission nor Animal Control, but I do see a Youth Commission meeting from October 13th.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. My name is Amy Grable. I work for the Parks and Leisure Services Department. I have the pleasure of working with our Youth Commission, and we just had our first meeting together, so it's a whole new group of students. We invited all of the local high schools to be a part of it. We've had a really good response, and with nothing to report yet, I just invited our students that were available to introduce themselves at the meeting today.
Hello, I'm Lexia Asuncion. I'm a sophomore at Porterville Military Academy, and I look forward to helping the community.
Good evening. I'm Samantha Adams. I'm a freshman at Menachie High School. I'd like to say I'm grateful for this opportunity to become more involved in our community.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Beltran. I'm a freshman at Summit Charter High School, and I'm looking forward to learning about learning more about our government.
I'm Jacob Emerson, and I'm from Summit Charter, and I'm here for the experience.
Hello, my name is Daniel Cielo Navarez. I'm from Summit Charter, and I'm just glad to be here.
That is all for us, and you'll be hearing more from them in the future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, and thank you all for participating. And there are some staff reports included in our agenda. Any questions from council? Okay. With that, we can move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor, if there are no noted conflicts or items to be pulled, I make the motion that we accept items 1 through 6 of the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I do believe before you guys vote that there may be one potential conflict, correct? I've got to defer to Mr. Ridenour.
Yes, Mayor, your radius goes right on the fringe at the end of the
Which item is it? project.
Item 2?
Item 2. So I would
out
just
of
recommend
extreme caution, you may want to.
Okay, right on the fringe. So I will abstain from voting on that item, number 2.
Then I'll just modify with the noted abstention on that item.
As well as the second?
You know, I have no problem with number 2.
You weren't on the fringe.
Short
He was.
fringe. I
No
guess.
kidding. Okay.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second, so we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Oh, we have to
Not
do
on.
a voice
call,
vote,
yeah.
so
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Tate,
Yes.
Councilmember Curla,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
aye. Okay. Passes 5-0. Next, we have the public hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is the consideration of Development Ordinance Amendment Downtown Retail South of Olive Avenue. And Mr. Ridenhour will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, the downtown retail north of Olive Avenue and downtown retail south of Olive Avenue, also known as DRN and DRS, zone districts were created to acknowledge and promote the historic differences in development patterns along Main Street, north and south of Olive Avenue. Generally, while both zones allow for many types of the same uses, the DRS zone also encourages uses that are more intensive. Currently, the DRN use does not allow for any type of automobile service uses, while DRS zone allows for automobile vehicle service and repair minor subject to a conditional use permit. Of the 112 parcels that are within the DRS zone, 2 contain existing minor auto repair facilities. However, there are also 7 facilities that qualify as automobile or vehicle service and repair or car wash. Those 8 facilities are non-conforming due to having been grandfathered in at the time the development ordinance was adopted, which was in 2010. Non-conforming uses are subject to a different set of development and use rules by virtue of the fact that they're not strictly allowed in the zone in which they reside. To account for the relatively large presence of non-conforming automobile-related uses in DRS zone, the draft ordinance would amend the Porterville Municipal Code, or PMC, Section 202.01 to clarify the intent of the DRS zone district, and PMC Section 202.02 to categorize automobile/vehicle service and repair minor and automobile vehicle service and repair major, and automobile vehicle service and repair car wash as permitted uses in the DRS zone district. Pursuant to state and local environment regulations, and proposed modifications serve to provide greater clarity to uses as identified in the Porterville 2030 General Plan, and the proposed ordinance is an implementation measure of the policy, goals, objectives of the plan. The environmental coordinator made a determination on the basis of substantial evidence that no additional environmental review is necessary beyond the environmental review already considered for the general plan and the development ordinance. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council find that the proposed ordinance amendments serve to implement the policy, goals, and objectives of the general plan, and that no additional environmental review is necessary beyond that already considered for the general plan and development ordinance, and introduces and waives the first reading of the draft ordinance. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? No? Okay. So in that case, we will open the public hearing at 7:45 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak on this item? I don't see anyone in the chambers. Is there anybody on Zoom?
Your Honor, there is no one on Zoom indicating that they are wishing to speak.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing at 7:45 p.m. and bring it back to council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Or are there any other questions?
In that case, Your Honor, I'd like to propose the ordinance amendment, so for the general plan with no additional environmental reviews, and waive the first reading of the ordinance.
No, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Curlo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Read by,
Next.
read by title.
Yes, please.
I got it if you want me to do it.
I'm bringing it up.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending sections 202.01 and 202.02 of the Porterville Development Ordinance regarding the DR-S Zone District.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next public hearing scheduled for this evening is the consideration of Olive Avenue and Lotus Street Commercial Development Conditional Use Permit Modification Number 2, and Mr. Rydnow will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Mr. Andres to provide the staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. In May this year, the Project Review Committee reviewed an application to develop a Goodwill discount store and distribution facility at the southeast corner of Olive Avenue and Lotus Street. The proposed development includes changes to the configuration of the approximately 60,650 square feet Olive and Lotus commercial development site as approved within the Conditional Use Permit 2016-040, Resolution 21-2017 on April 2017. The requested modifications to the approved site plan will require a corresponding amendment to the CUP. The land use designation of the project is general and service commercial. The proposed project is located within 3 parcels of the greater commercial development at the southeast corner of Olive Avenue and Lotus Street, and as such is surrounded by commercial development and zoning on all sides. However, the CUP as a whole addresses the entire area bounded by Olive Avenue, Lotus Street, Slaughter Avenue, and Beverly Street. Land uses surrounding the greater commercial center are primarily commercial to the north and west of the property, with low-density residential to the south and east of the project. The proposed project is part of a 3-phase Olive and Lotus commercial development. Phase 1 consists of the eastern half of the developed area and is anchored by Smart and Final Extra. Phase 2 consists of the northwestern quarter of the area and is approved for the development of the drive-through coffee shop, The Human Bee. The Goodwill project will implement the first version of the Phase 3 of the development. The approved layout of Phase 3 contains 2 retail buildings with a total of approximately 20,437 square feet. At this time, Goodwill is proposing to construct a 15,700 square foot store and a distribution facility on the eastern portion of Phase 3, adjacent to the Smart and Final development, while leaving an area for future development of 3,200 square foot commercial pad at the western end of the area adjacent to West Lotus Street. The proposal would reduce the overall square footage of Phase 3 by approximately 1,480 square feet. In addition, the CUP will modify the Phase 2 parking area to allow for driveway access and parking connections to Phase 3. The revisions to the shared areas will provide better compatibility between both parcels and are mutually agreed upon both parties in the development of their respective parcels. The proposed site meets city parking standards and building design as proposed, is consistent with Development Code Section 203.04 for commercial centers and provide a welcome addition to the existing development. The colors and finishes of the proposed development will be consistent with the existing design elements of the commercial center in color tones and materials. Sign installed will be compatible with Olive and Lotus Master Sign Program. Additionally, landscaping in accordance with the general plan and development ordinance will be installed along the buildings and throughout the parking lot. The development ordinance requires commercial centers to include outdoor seating areas and pedestrian connectivity under design criteria. An outdoor seating area will be developed north of the Goodwill building as part of the proposed project, consistent with the original conditional use permit, and will feature seating areas with supplemental landscaping. The buildings will be connected with pedestrian walkways, providing access between the public right-of-way, the proposed project, and the overall commercial development. The proposed configuration of the site also includes compatibility to the adjacent Phase 2 lot, which as such time Phase 2 develops will provide future connection of the parking areas and ensure proper circulation patterns throughout the commercial development. As a component of the parcel map associated with the original project, an easement was recorded on all 2 parcels requiring cross-access, shared parking, and associated interconnectivity between the parcels. The requested modification would not change the requirements of the recorded easement. As required for the original entitlement, an initial study was prepared pursuant to California Environmental Qualities Act, CEQA, resulting in approval of the mitigated negative declaration to the initial project via Resolution 19/2017. As such, no further environmental analysis is required for the requested modification. It's staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt the draft resolution approving modification number 2 to conditional use permit 2016-040, resolution 21-2017, subject to the conditions of approval. And staff will be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any questions prior to opening the public hearing? Okay. So we will open the public hearing at 7:52 p.m. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and speak on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Flores, and council members. My name is Anthony Oliveri with Bomar Partners. We're the developer of the project on behalf of Goodwill. Just want to thank you for the consideration of the conditional use permit modifications. We're here to answer any questions in relation to Goodwill. Just a couple points I'd like to bring out in relation to Goodwill. They've had their current operation here since 2011. They currently employ 12 individuals in the community. The new facility will double in size and increase employment to over 20 individuals. All the employees are full-time with full benefits. And Goodwill, as many of you know, is an employment opportunity for many people who have barriers to entry into standard employment. So over 70% of their employment base is for disabled and people who have barriers, which is a great advantage, I think, for the community of Porterville. The store currently provides over $365,000 in wages to employees and over $40,000 in benefits on top of that. So we believe Goodwill is a great contributor to the city of Porterville and look forward to the new facility to continue that expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward on this item? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak regarding this item?
Your Honor, it doesn't appear anyone on Zoom is indicating that they would wish to speak.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing at 7:54 p.m. and we will bring it back to council. Council, any discussion or questions for the applicant or staff?
I don't have any questions, and I don't know if the council members do.
I have one.
Yes.
Will this create any new driveways in that area, or? And I can't see on the map, so. Or entryways from Olive.
Hold on, let me make this larger. There it is. So the analysis has been completed, and if you look, there was some discussion about multiple drive approaches here that would be within or say outside of the regulation that engineering principles. The developer has been able to work with the existing Smart and Final to be able to hold to those drive aisles that would meet the conditions for engineering. And Javier Sanchez is available as well to answer questions on that.
Can Javier just elaborate on that a little bit?
Mr. Sanchez, do you have any other information on that topic to add?
No, all existing access points will continue to be utilized. No new driveway cuts on Olive, Beverly, and Lotus. There will be one driveway that shifts on Slaughter Avenue, but the total number of driveways will remain the same. And that was accommodating the loading dock. So it'll remain as you see now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tate, did you have any questions on this item?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make the motion to staff recommendation that the city council adopt the draft resolution approving modification to the conditional use permit 2016-040, resolution 21-2017, subject to the conditions of approval.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The third public hearing we have this evening is consideration of conditional use permit for Chevron Extra Mile PRC 2020-027. And again, Mr. Ridenour will provide a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Mr. Hackett to provide the staff report.
Good evening, Council. Before you is the consideration of conditional use permit for Chevron Extra Mile, PRC 2020-027. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to allow the development of an automobile service station with drive-through car wash facilities and approval of a Type 20 beer and wine off-sale alcohol license. The project is located at the southwest corner of Olive Avenue and Cobb Street, formerly the Rainbow House of Carpets. The use of automobile/vehicle washing is a permitted use within the CG General and Service Commercial Zone District, subject to the approval of a conditional use permit. Section 30102 of the Porterville Development Ordinance requires approval of a conditional use permit for any use involving the sale of alcoholic beverages. The California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control allows for a specific number of licenses per census tract based on population. Whenever the ratio of on-sale licenses to a population in the census tract exceeds the average ratio for the county, an undue concentration of licenses is determined to exist. The subject site is located within Census Tract 3602. This tract contains 18 licenses for alcohol sales, 8 on sale and 10 off sale. In Census Tract 3602, 6 on sale and 7 off sale licenses are allowed without being deemed overconcentrated. Approval of this on sale license would be the 11th license, 4th of which would 4 above the number authorized by ABC. Due to the overconcentration of on-sale licenses, a letter of public convenience or necessity will be required. The store is proposed to be open 7 days per week between 6 a.m. and 12 a.m. Staff has included in the draft resolution proposed conditions for the facility to operate and be maintained so as not to be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare to properties or improvements in the vicinity. Any changes to the operation of business would require a modification of the CUP. The subject site is consistent with the general plan land use designation and zoning standards for CG General and Service Commercial. The CG designation is intended to provide retail and service uses that meet local and regional demand. The proposed service station with alcohol sales would suit the purpose of the zone designation. The service station also supports the general plan economic development guiding policies to retain, improve, and promote businesses within the city of Porterville. The service station is a permitted use within the CG zone with a conditional use permit, and alcohol sales are permitted in the zone with a conditional use permit. On October 11th, the Project Review Committee deemed the project is consistent with the city's general plan land use policies and guidelines. The proposed car wash facility complements the existing uses and meets the CG zone district and requirements with the development ordinance. Additionally, the applicant has specified that the washing facilities will utilize and implement a recycled water system. On October 11th, 2021, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15332, Infill Development Projects. the staff makes the recommendation that the city council adopt the draft resolution approving conditional use permit, PRC, approving the conditional use permit, subject to conditions of approval. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hackett. I'd also like to note, in reviewing the draft resolution, Mr. Sanchez and myself came to the realization that a couple of the engineering conditions of approval did not make it in the final version of this draft resolution. Mr. Sanchez, would you please provide a summary of those conditions of approval?
Sure. So when you look at the site plan, it's kind of a little unclear on what public improvements are to be done. Notably along the Olive Avenue and Cobb Street frontages, they will be required to put in a landscape parkway and offset sidewalks. Curb and gutter exists along Olive, but on Cobb they will be doing curb and gutter along their full frontage. They do show the street light there on Olive. Other than that, other comments are standard and pretty minor in nature, but the main ones are the requirement of the concrete improvements. Also, as far as the road on Cobb, it's typically the applicants are held to just doing a pave out to tie in their improvements into the existing street. But this area is supposed to receive that project through our sewer annexation projects. And once that project is completed by the summer/fall of this coming year in 2022, is when we project that area gets an overlay as well. But that'll be a city project. And those are the engineering conditions.
Okay. Thank you for those additional details. Council, are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? No? Okay. We will open the public hearing at 8:03 p.m. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and speak on this item?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dipinder Singh, 3323 Pendragon Street, Bakersfield. I'm the developer on this project. So I just wanted to see, because we are trying to reuse the old building into a new gas station, which will be very consistent, with the new modern development. It's a big store. We'll have some good food items. And we're trying to make the proper use of the whole building and everything. It will be, creating about 20 to 25 jobs. Hopefully we can find a few more people. So it'll be, as I said, mentioned, it's about 6 to 12. So we're looking forward for the city. Will be a lot of good business for the tax revenue, and, we'll be able to generate those jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, is there anybody on Zoom who would like to?
Your Honor, it appeared that there was someone on Zoom who did raise their hand, but they suddenly, okay, there. Give me one moment, I'll bring them in.
Sure.
Hi, yes, good evening. My name is Julio Tinejero from Milestone Associates. We're the design firm for the project. And I wanted to just state that we did work with staff. It was great working with them and very helpful. We did go through the conditions and everything is agreeable. So I was just here to answer any questions that the council might have, or I can answer regarding the project or the design.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions at this point? No. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward?
Your Honor, I would like to note that there was 2 comments that we did receive electronically in regards to this item. For the first comment, the first one is from Justine Pendleton. I would like to address two pertinent factors as to why the city of Porterville doesn't need a Chevron gas or car wash at the address of 1043 West Olive Avenue. Factor one, we have all endured this pandemic together, some affected much more than others. Bringing another corporate business into this area greatly takes away from the privately owned and operated businesses that have spent years to get to where they are today. The location in which the Chevron would be built already has a gas station and liquor store and a car wash. All three of these businesses are on the same block and are privately owned and operated. Why take away from the small business? Factor two, not just in Porterville or Tulare County, but the entire state of California is in a drought. It seems completely unnecessary to have two car washes just one building away from each other. Not only do I refer back to factor one of this taking away from a family-run business, but it is also an unnecessary use of water considering Porterville already has 3 major car washes and several small car washes all over the city. Please take this into consideration. That is the end of that electronic comment. The next comment is from Andy Wolf. My family has owned Greg's Express Car Wash and Greg's Express Oil Change for nearly 30 years. Our car wash is located at 1137 West Olive Avenue, a literal stone's throw away from the proposed gas station and car wash. We have a few worries about the traffic that will come with the gas station in the proposed location. It is already a dangerous intersection to perform a U-turn at Olive and Maston. With the added traffic of people wanting to go to the proposed gas station, we are worried that people will turn onto Maston and use our property at the car wash to get back onto creating unwanted traffic on our property. Along with wear and tear to our cement and asphalt, danger to our customers will also result in the added vehicles driving through our property. Another concern is the car wash. As I understand it, we are still in a drought and are supposed to be conserving water as much as possible. Adding another water-consuming business a few hundred feet away from another car wash does not seem like a very conservative move for our city to make. Thank you for taking the time to hear the citizens of Porterville. And that would be the last electronic comment that we received.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Taha Saleh. I'm 1206 West Westfield Avenue. Just want to make myself available. I'm the current owner of the only extra mile in town, Chevron. So if you have any questions regarding that, from a local boy, I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay. No more comments? No more comments. Okay, we will close the public hearing at 8:09 p.m. Council, how would you like to proceed, or are there any further questions that you have regarding this project?
I have no questions.
Councilmember Carrillo, any questions? Councilmember Tate, do you have any questions regarding this project? Okay. Vice Mayor, any comments or questions?
The stress that was indicated by people that there were concerns with regard to water, and I believe it's reflected at the car wash. My only question, and I'll ask it, is what is the word?
Recirculating?
Yes,
Like, yeah, okay.
recirculate the water to just repurpose it. What is the word I'm trying to say here?
Recycled, recirculating.
Yeah. Is that going to be for the car wash? Is that something that the owners are going to do?
Yeah, it's required.
That is correct.
Staff has confirmed with the developer, but the developer is here and speak for himself.
Yes, ma'am, it'll be recycled, it goes through 3 different tanks, and then cleans up in 3 different tanks, and then it goes back.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear it so that we understand that it's in the works.
As well as an automated process as well. Okay. Those were my questions.
Okay.
I just had, and there was I had another comment just to the usage of these seems to be largely convenience, and I think that there is a median, I believe, at Olive at that point. So convenience will play a factor into who goes where for which purpose, I think naturally. Other than that, council, how would you like to proceed?
I'm just going to make another comment. I can see future improvements. I'm not saying it's not going to happen today or tomorrow, but I could see the future improvements, especially in the areas of, in the future improvements of some sewer projects and on the streets and along the lines of that, especially on Cobb, but that's a separate thing altogether. That's a different conversation. So with that comment and that being said, I make the motion that we accept staff recommendation and that we adopt the draft resolution approving the conditional use permit PRC 2020-027C, subject to conditions of approval.
And that would include the engineers ones?
In the engineer, yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our final public hearing for this evening is consider the budget adjustment citizens option for public safety, also known as COPS funding, and Chief Costello will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. The Porterville Police Department has regularly received annual funding from the state of California through the Citizens Option for Public Safety grant program. The department is again programmed to receive $100,000 for the current 2021-2022 fiscal year, and the public hearing on the intent of these expenditures is required. The department has historically used these funds in support of personnel assigned to the patrol division, including necessary training, equipment, and overtime costs, and it is the intent to continue. The expenditures of these funds in this manner is in proper adherence to the requirements as specified in Assembly Bill 3229. The recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive public comment, authorize use of these funds to offset costs for personnel assigned to the Porterville Police Department's Patrol Division, including necessary training, equipment, and overtime costs, and adopt draft resolution accepting the Citizens Option for Public Safety grant funds and approving a budget adjustment increasing the Porterville Police Department's Patrol Division budget by $100,000 to support said costs. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions prior to opening the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing at 8:14 p.m. Is there anybody in the council chambers who would like to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, I don't see anyone. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to address this item?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no comment, we will close public hearing at 8:15 p.m. and bring it back to council. Any questions or additional comments from council regarding this item? Or any motions?
All right, I'll make a motion that we use these funds to offset the cost of personnel in the police department and patrol division, and adopt the draft resolution accepting the citizens option for the public safety grant.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I don't believe there's any further discussion. So we will go ahead and ask for the roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
And I vote aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 12 scheduled matters before the City Council this evening. The first is the consideration of appointments to the Parks and Leisure Services Commission, and I'll go ahead and let Patrice Hildreth provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor, members of council. 4 commissioners on the Parks and Leisure Services Commission have terms that are set to expire on October 31st. Those being Kieran Daly, Philip Duncan, Diane Graybell, and Janet Uresti. Of those commissioners with the expiring terms, each have expressed an interest in being reappointed. As you know, eligibility for appointment to this commission requires city residency, and staff has confirmed that each applicant's listed address is located within the city limits. With that, staff recommends that the City Council consider the appointment of 4 individuals as named to appointment to the Parks and Leisure Services Commission for 4-year terms expiring in October 2025. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff regarding these appointments?
Is there anyone in the audience that's has applied for this that want to say something, or?
The reappointments.
Oh, just those 2. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the reappointments are here.
Then I'll make a motion that we reappoint all 4 of the members on the Parks and Leisure Service.
So the motion is to reappoint all 4 applicants. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item on order is consideration of appointment to the Library and Literacy Commission, and again, Ms. Hildreth will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable
yes.
Mayor, member. Okay.
I'll make it.
We do, of the, yes, the 4 commissioners with expiring terms, 3 of the 4 have evinced an interest in continuing to serve. However, 1, Ms. Leslie Palon, is not interested. However, we are in receipt of a application from Karen Stover, and she does meet the qualifications for serving on this commission. So with that, the recommendation is that the council consider the appointment of the 4 individuals, being Patience Christensen, Esther Figueroa, Edith Levon, and Karen Stover, to the Library and Literacy Commission for 3-year terms expiring in October 2024. Thank you.
I want to make the motion that we accept the recommendations of those, and Mrs. Stover was here earlier under oral communications and presented.
Okay.
Second.
We have, okay. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, and thank you for reapplying and applying. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is consideration of appointment to the Arts Commission, and again, Ms. Hildreth provides staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I will be brief.
Do you want to read that? Oh, okay.
The Arts Commission is comprised of 5 members, each representing various areas of the arts. We currently have 1 commissioner, Donna Cerna, that had a term that expired in July 2020. No appointments were considered or made during the COVID pandemic. We are in receipt of 1 request for appointment from Maria Menga, and that has been provided in the council's packet. So with that, staff is recommending that the council appoint Ms. Maria Menga to the Arts Commission with the term to expire July 2023. Thank you.
Is Ms. Manga in the audience?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't believe the applicant is present. However, in reviewing the application, Seems like there's qualifications there that are appropriate for the commission. How would you like to proceed?
I make a motion that we proceed to adding her to the Arts Commission.
Okay, we have a motion.
A second.
And we have a second. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
And I vote aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please, Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item is a request for street closure. This has been made by the Porterville Military Academy, which is part of Porterville Unified School District. They've requested the temporary closure of Porter Road at Pioneer Avenue on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. in support of a trunk or treat school event that would be occurring on on school property. It will not be happening on this road, but they are requesting closure of this road to promote safety of the participants. Porter Road is essentially a cul-de-sac. It isn't that, it's a road that has a dead end to it, and it's requested its closure. City staff's recommendation would be, if the council does allow for this closure, that the city's safety barriers be installed there as an extra precaution, given that there's an off-ramp just off of State Route 65 directly into that, and further promote the security of that event. So with that, staff's recommendation is that you consider the request to close the road, as well as provide direction to staff in terms of locating and removing city-owned traffic safety barriers for the event.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions regarding this application for street closure or any suggested action?
No. I'll make a motion that to honor the request of closure of the road.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Does that include the having staff install safety
Yes,
barriers?
that includes, make sure we have the barriers.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Knight said his staff would.
Okay, so we will go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Now we get to the good stuff.
Item 15, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter order is consideration of Prop 68 per capita grant program fundings for the sports complex in Veterans Park, and Mr. Moore will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. The California State Parks Prop 68 per capita grant program's purpose is to allocate funds for local park rehabilitation, creation, and improvement grants to local governments on a per capita basis. Grant recipients are encouraged to utilize awards to rehabilitate existing infrastructure and to address deficiencies in neighborhoods lacking access to the outdoors. The city received an award of $177,952 through Prop 68 per capita grant program funds, and there is no local match requirement for projects that serve severely disadvantaged communities. At its meeting on September 7, 2021, the City Council directed the Parks and Leisure Services Commission to provide a recommendation to Council focusing on projects exclusively in Veterans Park and the sports complex. The Commission reviewed potential projects for those two sites at its meeting on October 7, 2021. The projects reviewed were as follows. The sports complex practice field lighting, which is the area covering the snack bar east to the ditch. And we'll pull some of these up here, I believe. We'll go to the next slide. So that's that red square there. That would be the area that would be covered with the roughly $600,000. The next project is a challenge fitness course. There's a picture of what that looks like. The next is a pump track, which could be ridden by skateboards, bicycles, or scooters. Next project is a mini pitch lighted arena soccer field with artificial turf. Next one is a large picnic shelter. And then we have a band shell and 2 sand volleyball courts. The next one is a project at the skate park, which would include, this is an overhead view of the skate park, so the red dots would be roughly where there would be some solar lighting put in. The blue rectangle is where there would be so potentially some shade put in, which in the afternoons would be spilled over and provide some shade for the skate park area itself. And then the lime green lines there is just an idea of where potentially we could fill in some more concrete. It's an unimproved area right now with just dirt, so that could potentially be some more riding area for the skateboarders, depending on how the money were to be left over after the shade and the lights. And then the last project the commission reviewed would be some outdoor fitness equipment similar to what we have at Fallen Heroes Park and what's going to be installed at Zalad Park. Those are all the potential projects that the commission reviewed. Obviously, there's some more potentially, but those are the ones that they focused on, and they did take a vote. Their top selection was the skate park project, followed by the pump track, and then tied for third were the outdoor fitness equipment, mini pitch, and the sports complex practice field lighting. The grant application is due on December 31st, and the project must be completed by February of 2023. That's concludes staff's report. And the recommendation is that council provide direction on a project for the Prop 68 per capita program, in which the city was awarded the amount of $177,952. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Council, are there any questions for staff regarding the projects that have been presented?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, can I see the skate park project again? Okay. So this one has the shade and then minimal solar lighting.
Correct. Staff did get some quotes to shade more of the skate park itself, and it jumped up in range quite a bit. If you just shaded where the entrance is up there at the north part, if you picture about, I would say right when you walk into the skate park there where the arrow is, and shade that entire area, the quote was around $300,000 or so for some shade sales there. We looked at some different possibilities for different kinds of shade around the whole skate park, different options there, but this is just one example of the shade would be on the exterior, which would provide some shade for people possibly waiting, some parents or kids just hanging out, provide some shade there. And then in the afternoon, there should be some shade that's spilled over into the skate park itself. Okay. It'd be a cantilever type shade, so it'd be similar if you've seen up at the swimming pool and the exterior, we have cantilever shade up there.
And one more really quick question on the pump track, which received the second most votes. Can you just talk about that one a little bit? Is that?
Yeah, so this is something, I don't know of any other cities close by here that have one of these. This is an up and coming, it's been around for a little while, but it's catching some pretty good momentum right now in different cities that they're putting in parks. Just an alternative to a skate park itself. This one just provides more of like freestyle. They sometimes have like time trials and things like that if you ride bicycles or scooters or whatever, but skateboarders can also ride something like this. So it's just something different, offer another alternative to a skate park, basically.
Thank you. That's all I.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have any questions?
I did. The skate park, we can go back to that slide. Where the green lines are, you said you wanted to cement that in. Would you add more features? Or street skating or?
Just to start with, at least fill it in to provide some more riding area. And And then depending on funding, we could definitely look at adding a few more features, yes. The other alternative would be that other unimproved area, the other dirt area just to the south of that long one there. There's a 2, but obviously where the lime green lines are is a larger area.
If we were gonna put concrete in, I would definitely like to see some added features in there and be like a new skate park for them, and you're getting a lot of activity now, and you're getting more if we added more features, I think. That would be if we did the skate park, that's my number 1 priority as a councilman. My number 2 is the sports complex lighting, because I know that's needed.
May I comment?
Please.
All right, of course, I would like to see those split, however, the sports complex and the skate park, but I will say this, the skate park, I can remember sitting in council chambers when the discussions, and that was back in 2005, when this came to fruition. And if this is going to help and assist to complete something that already exists, then I would find it that we lean toward the skate park and its improvements. And of course, with the comment that I would like to see in the future, and not too far in the future, the field lighting at the sports complex.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate, did you have any comments or questions regarding these suggested projects?
No, I just wish that we had more parking for people that are participants. There's real limited parking, and the access isn't all that easy. And if we're going to do any awnings, and if we're going to go solar, if there's any way we could use those solar type awnings over things. Anyway, those are just ideas that has nothing to do with this really, but maybe something to think about in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had a couple of questions. With the solar lighting, would that be something that is intended to illuminate throughout the whole night, just to create additional, would it last all night if it were solar lighting, or would it kind of fade out at some point?
It can be programmed, the ones that they have that we've been looking at. There's different ways you can program them, so you can have them either dim at a certain time, you can have them completely go off, so we can program them as needed.
Okay, and then, so kind of related, my second question is that I think there are times where, and not necessarily even skating related activity, maybe even unauthorized activity, or even people trying to obscure themselves from view in the area. So that was my question about whether those the lights would be useful in the event that there needed to be observation of some sort, whether law enforcement or extended usages for events. And then secondly, if the shade structure would prevent would obscure the view from the street. But I think it's usually they're at a high enough elevation where that wouldn't be the case. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I also am in favor of completing or continuing to complete projects that we've already undertaken, and when there's not a place like the sports complex or a field or a skate park, and then there is some form, it's always exciting, and it's always an improvement. But to further improve existing facilities to be as complete as possible, I think is something that I see as a goal for our community, to have something that they enjoy. And I echo Councilmember Stowe's sentiments that with some new features, it to those who have run this multiple times would be almost like having a new park. So those are my comments.
Can I offer something to the council, because it's a conversation I'm in the middle of with Ted Smalley. So we have you have the trail project on the north part of Veterans Park. So we have a federal CMAQ grant to finish that trail all the way around to the corporation yard that is programmed for next fiscal year, I believe. It's about $2 million. It might even be more than maybe almost $3 million of federal dollars that we have a 11% match, which is our Measure R. But one of the conversations I've been having with Mr. Smalley is, given that we were successful getting the Butterfield Stage Corridor grant, which is now all the way from Strathmore to Teapot Dome, to do that entire program, that really has provided a lot of Measure R money of the Bike and Ped project. So and one of the conversations we've been looking at is essentially having $6 to $7 million available to the city for improvements of its Bike and Ped in its existing. And one of the conversations has been additional amenities in Veterans Park with Measure R as part of that project. I think we talked about this a little bit at budget time, which was looking at further playground, parking, arbor expansion, kind of more down on the Morton Avenue side. But Councilmember Carrillo asked me a question, which I'm going to be asking, which is, for example, the pump track, is that an eligible expense? I got to believe it is. It's a bike activity, and it just caused you to kind of rethink a little bit of how, which when the skate park was done and some of this, Measure R wasn't a funding source available to the city back then, but it is now, and one that we have a significant amount of funds that are coming towards it for Bike and Ped types of things. So there's a number of projects, lighting, a lot of solar lighting projects on Rails to Trails, on Tule River Parkway, and the price points come down a lot on solar lighting. The technology is getting better, and prices are coming down. Strangely enough, the technology is getting better. Moore's Law kinds of things. So, we could look at Measure R as a potential funding source for other amenities. It's already one I'm having with Ted about looking at construction of permanent restrooms on the south side of Veterans Park, parking, and, maybe where you have some funds that you have reserved for other types of improvement projects, could do a playground, or, from time to time you have local service clubs that talk about wanting to do donations or, with other city projects. So I think there's lots of opportunities just outside of that when you're talking about, and maybe even to some of these, some of the more expensive shade or those sorts of things. I mean, this whole entire area is going to become a very intensive. We're working on a microgrid project in the corporation yard and further solar development. So there's a lot of opportunities, I guess you can say, over the next couple of years to really do some kind of creative and really change, even moving to tertiary treatment and being able to irrigate the park with recycled water will be there's a whole bunch of these different projects that are lining up that actually can kind of rethink how Veterans Park and the corporation yard operates and the amenities provided.
We have funding, for the trail, which is, you said, Measure R, $6 million.
Yeah, that's done. That's
okay.
money in your pocket.
With the lighting, could the skateboard lighting be included in that, or for the skate park? Or we already have those funds?
Well, that's part of so we applied under the trail.
Right.
So the trail is, that is what we applied for, was the trail, the improvement of the trail with lighting, just as we did in that first phase. So that is money in hand federally. Again, I want to say it was about $3 million. I say it's 2.8 because I think it's $3 million in total, but we have we have the 11% share of federal grants. So that was just to do the trail, and we already were looking at how we could augment that project in addition to make it even better in Veterans Park. And that's where it gets to looking at your Measure R, which is allowable uses for restrooms, pardon me, for parking. Restrooms has not been used, but I think the case, especially as you're looking to encourage people to use your facilities, especially that improved trail and other activities that you have, that it's a justified use of Measure R funds and the ATP program. Some of this I think is going to, through TCAG, need to be vetted. That's why I just want to make it in the open. Those are the conversations I'm having with Mr. Smalley as we're looking at this lighting project coming up and how the city, with its funds that it has dedicated to it, in fact, to avoid some arbitrage issues for TK, because they've bonded to a certain amount of that, really needing the city to program, easily $6, could be up to $7 million in trail improvements over the next couple of years.
If we get the funding, the pump track to the south of that would be just working perfectly.
I'd like to talk with them about that. It's kind of a novel thing. I'm already pushing on the restroom conversation. It just hasn't been done. Parking lots have been done. It's a natural extension, I'd say, for restrooms, but I got to believe with that kind of, it's a bike activity, that it would be an allowable use of Measure R, and it's something we can evaluate with them.
Great. Yeah, especially then be able to determine a distance and things around. I mean, it's quantifiable as just as a trail would be, so.
And if this is the project that the council wishes to focus on with these funds, I'd be curious to see what's, skateboards are a means of transportation. I mean, it is. I'd be curious. I don't know if anybody's used Measure R funds for skate parks. But I'd be curious kind of what, whatever your design is, what that cost would be, and, can't blame a boy for asking kind of thing. Say, hey, if the funds are there and we want to do some additional, I'd like to be able to bring back some options, I guess, if this is the project you wish to focus on.
Okay, council. And so there's no action needed to be taken?
I think staff may be looking for a specific action on a specific item, correct, on these?
Yeah, so the direction to staff was to take this back to the commission, come back with recommendations. We have and if you wish for there to be more further information, happy to bring this back. Your deadline isn't until December 31st, so you still have, we're ahead a couple months of that, so.
Or if you want to give direction tonight, you can go ahead and give the green light on one of these options, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recommendation, I guess, from the Parks and Leisure Services was to do with the use of funds, to do the skate park shade, concrete, and lighting. You could provide additional direction for additional information, or whatever suits the council's interest.
So we could take action on this project, however, that wouldn't stop us from being able to investigate other sources that may help to improve it beyond what we're talking about.
That's why I wanted to tell you what I'm already in conversation with, when I say me, our staff is. The TCAG just brought on a new staff person to head up the ATP, kind of all of the ATP stuff. Plus your staff is going to be heavily involved in it with the Butterfield Stage Corridor. So this is kind of the connections that are being made right now. Her name is Sheila, by the way.
Oh,
Mayor,
yes,
may I?
please.
All right. Having listened to all the dialogues and all the discussions, I make the motion that we authorize staff to move with the project of the skate park. I apologize, the skate park project, and of course with other projects and funding sources to come at a later date, but to move with the one. With the project, with the
Exterior view shade, concrete addition in the dirt portion of the interior, and the minimal solar lighting.
yes, that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, are we just talking about just throwing concrete in the dirt part? We just lost it. Is that what the motion is? Or is it talking about adding features and looking at adding features into that?
My hope was that there would be features, but I think Mr. Moore might add something.
Yeah, so we'll see, we'll get a final estimate of what the concrete, if we're just going to do that one patch of concrete there, in addition to the lighting and the shade. I think there'll be some left over to start with some small features in addition to the concrete. So we can go there, and then if we do get the green light on using some other funding sources to possibly do, you know, the lighting portion or something, then that would free up more to do more features as well.
Well, probably going to be the same question I'm going to ask him, but go ahead. Yes, of course.
Well, can we get the price on features and the lighting and just the
I was going to suggest that we, if this is the project, to come back, if it's 220,000 or 250,000, you have 177 to apply towards it, we can come back with how we would. I'd like to have a conversation with Ted Smalley about it. I don't know if anybody's ever asked him about Measure R and skate parks. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Don't know until you ask.
Yeah. I've asked about restrooms, and I would say, you know, it's one of those things, you know, one person's trail is another person's skate parks. I don't know. But I'd like to have that conversation with the use of those. Those are your funds. Those are funds that have been dedicated, set aside for the city of Porterville. And so, I'm sorry? I apologize if I'm, the federal funds, the grant, it's CMAQ, it's Congestion Mitigation Air Quality. That was a formal application we had to put together. It's funded, and it's in the FTIP, as they call it. So that's to do the trail. In addition to that, you have $6 to $7 million more than $1 million a year to do improvements to your existing trails, rails to trails. Like I said, rails to trails, Tule River Parkway, and we've been focusing on lighting. So doing a lighting project of all trails, as an example. Tule River Parkway, rails to trails. Butterfield Stage Corridor has it in its own application. So even with that, that's probably around $2 million. So you have about $5 million to continue to look at what are other amenities that you'd like to see incorporated. So we're talking about restroom facilities at Veterans Park, restroom facilities at with the mini pitch development by Heritage Center, talking about doing a nice restroom facility as part of that. And that's where it gets back to looking at additional improvements, and that's where we've gotten into, like I said, this restroom and parking lot as part of Veterans Park.
Now, that $1 million of trail comes from Measure R?
Right.
Okay. In that case, I can tell you, because I asked Ted about that when I was in a certain position in this city, and he said that you can. You think that restroom's going to benefit your trail, and you can build restrooms.
Right. I just don't know about a skate park. I haven't had, or a pump track, because when I was meeting with Councilmember Carrillo, and I go, you know, I thought it's a bike, and I would say, so the Measure R is that alternative transportation is walking, bike. They call it bike and ped, because typically when people think, instead of using a car, how else do you move? You move by, you either walk or you ride a bike. Scooters are also been part of this, so skateboards also are. I don't know if that, I don't know.
If it's a big enough contract, it might.
Yeah, I don't know. But there are other amenities. I mean, part of there is no question. This is the discussion about amenities used by Measure R, is to encourage people to use the trails that you develop, the bike. You know, what are the things? Restrooms, lighting. Drinking fountains, you know, benches, you know, those sorts of things. So I'd like to have, well, one, to see what those costs would be to make further improvements at the skate park, and then also to have a conversation about it's already having about Veterans Park application. This would be just a different, moving the conversation yet again.
You could possibly put the shape on a measure, I mean, it's along the trail.
Right. Right.
Given all these questions, would it be the council's preference to actually hold off on making a motion before you get in for more information?
Well, if this is the project, I would say with the funding that you have, provide the direction so we can get moving. But if you want to provide further direction, have us bring back what, I see your question, actually,
Options
Councilman.
for
So you're saying,
amplifying
what's the cost center of the shade structure, Donnie?
Probably around, I would say 80 to 90,000.
So
Shade is expensive.
would you like this to be brought back with
Yeah.
particular focus on this project?
The question I was going to ask legal counsel, since it is going to be brought back, do we just rescind the motion? I rescind the motion that I placed on the table.
You can,
Okay, then that's what I'll do.
since it hasn't been acted on at all.
It
yet.
hasn't been acted, so I'll rescind the motion.
Okay, and then,
Do you concur with the rescinding of the motion?
I concur.
and so what I'm gathering is that we'll get kind of a menu of what pieces and what parts funding can come from to complete this project to what our suggested direction has been.
And what's the worst case? You have funds that you've set aside in reserves for, I mean, you did a soccer, or not, the interest was a soccer field, but in the end you wanted to, there was a leveling of the field just there in Veterans Park, 2 years ago, as one of your priorities. So if this is your priority for these funds, then let's look at what it would be to fill it out.
Okay.
And potential funding sources. Worst case, you have some funds that you've set aside over time for improvements.
My thing is, it looks so tacky. It looks unfinished, and we need to spruce up our parks and spruce up our city and everything else, get cars off the street. We talked about that, but, let's start with our own stuff and start making it look nice. And then maybe the community will follow.
Okay, so that's considered sufficient direction then? Okay, thank you. And so with that, I believe we should take a recess. I thought it was going to be a little bit quicker, but we
Sorry about that.
took a little bit of time. So let's see, we will come back at 10 after? 10 after. Sorry, we'll be back at 5 after. Yeah, I like it because my animals sometimes. We have everybody back. Okay, we come back from recess. Thank you for your patience. And next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter in order is to consider American Rescue Plan Act funding proposal request. Mr. Reidenauer provides the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, on September 22nd of 2021, staff received a request for American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funds from self-help enterprises and upholdings for the Finca Serena housing project, which includes the development of an 80-unit apartment complex with community center for low-income families and individuals experiencing homelessness, to be located at 358 South East Street. The request states that parties have a $750,000 funding gap due to construction cost increases and are seeking ARPA funds to fill the financial gap. Industry reports, including the Building Cost Index report prepared by Turner Construction, which is attached, states that there is an increase in demand for construction services combined with pandemic-related labor and supply chain disruptions that led to a spike in construction costs for material, which support the statements of increased construction expenses in the request. Through the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act, the city is expected to receive approximately $19.9 million to help offset the negative impacts of COVID-19. All the funds must be obligated by the end of the calendar year 2024 and expended by the end of calendar year 2026. Current regulations allow for local governments to utilize the funds in the following ways: support health expenditures by funding COVID-19 mitigation efforts, medical expenses, behavioral health care, and certain public health and safety staff; address negative impacts, economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, including economic harms to workers, households, small businesses, impacted industries, and public sector; replace lost public sector revenue using funding to provide government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue experienced due to the pandemic; also to provide premium pay for essentials workers, offering additional support to those who have borne and will bear the greatest health risks because of their service; invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, making necessary investments to improve access to clean drinking water, support vital wastewater and storm water infrastructure, and to expand access to broadband internet. Ineligible uses include deposits into pension funds, debt service, legal settlement or judgments, deposits for rainy day funds, or financial reserves. Additionally, the Department of Treasury interim final rule for ARPA funds, the proposed use of funds affordable housing development for the benefit of homeless community is considered an eligible expense under section 36.6B12A and or B 35.6B12A, supportive housing or other programs and services to improve access to stable, affordable housing among individuals who are homeless, or the 35.6B12B, development of affordable housing to increase supply of affordable and high-quality living units. On August 24th, 2021, the Tulare County Board of Supervisors allocated $500,000 of the county's ARPA funds in Section 3 services to disproportionately impacted communities of the adopted American Rescue Plan Act Interim Recovery Plan Section 3.11 housing support services for unhoused persons to potential eligible projects in Porterville. The City Council can recommend the use of the County of Tulare ARPA funds to a project that they see fit. This can include funding a project such as Finca Serena, as well as other projects within the services for unhoused persons category. At its meeting on May 18th, 2021, the council provided direction that the priorities for the city's ARPA funding include water infrastructure, homeless services, broadband and technology infrastructure, business assistance, and vaccine support. The request for funding received by self-help enterprises and upholdings for Finca Serena project falls within the council's priority of homeless assistance. Given this project falls under both the City of Porterville and the County of Tullah's opera funding priorities, should the council decide to approve the request, it can recommend funding the request with either or a combination of the two funding sources. Staff's recommendation is that the council consider the request for ARPA funds from Self-Help Enterprises and Upholdings, and if appropriate, direct staff to send a commitment letter for a grant to Self-Help Enterprises to be issued upon the approval of funds made available as soon as possible to directly offset the construction costs. Process a subrecipient agreement, authorize the mayor and city manager to sign all documents necessary, and provide direction on the recommended use of the County of Tulare ARPA funds allocated in Section 3.11 Housing Support Services for Unhoused Persons in the City of Porterville. And I know Jessica is on the line as well, who is the applicant. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions for staff or the applicant? Or any discussion on funding sources, combination of funding as suggested in the report?
You know, we received funding for this, so I make a motion to approve, staff's recommendation on 3 counts.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation. However, was there direction needed on the sources?
Yes, Mayor, if you could provide some direction on the sources of funding, if you would like to use a combination of, or how you like to see the funding split out.
There's a work group that is beginning between the city managers and the CAO in regards to Project Home Key, which is significant funds that have been received by the county to address homeless services. And there's a work group that's actually having its first meeting first week in November. In the county's ARPA plan, and I believe this project all received, according to the county's project plan, $100,000 of county ARPA funds. There was 4 projects in Tulare County that, in different communities, four projects that received, I believe, $100,000 apiece. And then in the county's plan, they have $500,000 for Goshen and Tulare for the, I think the Villages project, small, there's which is essentially $250,000 for both the village projects in Goshen and Tulare. And then the county's allocated $2 million, which $1 million of it is for the city of Visalia, $500,000 for Tulare, and $500,000 for Porterville for homeless services, what I would say, out of their ARPA funds. So the county received about $90 million of ARPA funding. And so in this subsection is the piece that we're talking about. So there's $500,000, then in the county's plan is the county doesn't have a project, essentially saying here's $500,000 of the ARPA funds for Porterville to address homelessness in the Porterville area, which is, so if those funds have been allocated essentially to the city to support a project. And you've had this project, which, and I guess in disclosure, has already received $100,000 of county funds. We did verify with the county that, this isn't duplicity of funds or those sorts of things. So essentially, these funds are for you to program the $500,000. So do you wish to apply the county's ARPA funds to meet part of this request, which would then mean instead of $750,000 of the city's ARPA funds, it'd be $250,000?
Yes.
Is that how you wish to?
Yes.
To implement?
Whenever you can take the county, let's take
I
it.
wanted to kind of lay that all out because this is going to be, I mean, the city was first in Tulare County, used its own funds,
Right.
general funds, to establish the navigation center. And And other communities are getting caught up with you now and receiving additional funds from the county to be able to do that. So, which is why, that's why I highlighted the first week in November, there's going to be a work group, and that's going to be one of the comments I make, is that the city, reached out, it used its own reserves to purchase property and do all the infrastructure to provide the navigation center, which now is kind of getting caught up in other communities, so.
Let's ask for reimbursement from the county. Can I ask you if you know?
Well, I don't know that you'll get a reimbursement, but there needs to be consideration given that you advanced funds yourselves instead of waiting for other grant opportunities.
Talk with Dennis. But, so they're giving away $2 million to cities. What are they doing with the other $88 million? Are they doing anything with for homeless?
The plan's in your packet. They're doing a lot of water.
Yeah, they did a lot of water
Primarily,
projects
they're trying to address a lot of water issues, especially in the small water system. I know at the Water Commission meeting, they reviewed a lot of, so there's a lot, I would say 40 million is probably going to water.
Okay, as long as they're not sitting on it and trying to do something for,
Right.
So just to clarify, your motion would be 500,000 to do the 500,000 from the county designated ARPA, and then supplement with 250,000
yes.
from the city's ARPA funds.
Correct.
That's your motion and your
That's mine.
second?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we'll go ahead and that's clear?
Yeah, my understanding is to request 500,000 from the county of Tulare and process a $250,000 request from the city's ARPA funds.
Correct.
Great. So we'll go ahead and call for the roll call vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter is internal city audit committee in review of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce agreement. If the council will recall, at its special meeting on May 24th, earlier this year, the city council conducted a study session with representatives of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce toward potential modifications to the agreement between the city and the chamber in support of community promotion and promoting local tourism. As an outcome of that study session, the council directed the internal city audit committee to review the agreement between the city and the chamber and provide recommendations back to the council for consideration, which is before you this evening. The committee initially considered the agreement at its meeting on June 7th and made determinations to schedule a meeting with the committee with chamber representatives in that review. Subsequently, the city and audit committee and chamber of commerce representatives had two meetings, which has resulted in the draft modified agreement that's before the council this evening. I thought I'd highlight just some of the, beyond some, I would say, minor edits or things of that nature. The draft agreement does make several notable modifications as follows. So there's a provision to require the chamber to coordinate with the city in the provision of city logistical and other support concerning all chamber activities when city assistance is necessary or appropriate. Provision for the chamber to program activities in Centennial Park on Friday nights in April, May, and June with city logistical support, with the exception of the weekend of Porterville Fair and other community festival weekends. Provision for the chamber to plan a fall community festival at Centennial Park annually in October with city logistical support in lieu of Music on Main on Friday nights in September and October. Provision for the chamber to promote and support the city as a gateway to Sequoia National Forest and the Giant Sequoia National Monument, including the Mighty 190 program. Provision for the chamber to assist local businesses, particularly small businesses, in navigating current events and issues and engaging with customers in light of existent economic conditions. That can range from year to year, that it's whatever is at the time. Provision for the chamber to provide an annual financial and activity report to the city by April 15th of each year, covering the programs and activities for the prior year, and a written plan concerning the programs and activities planned for the upcoming year. Then switching to city responsibilities, provision for the city to make equal quarterly payments of the annual contract payment on July 31st, October 31st, January 31st, and April 30th of each year. Should say contingent upon the city the chamber providing a quarterly activity report for the preceding period. Provision for the city to coordinate with the chamber to provide logistical support, permitting, permissions, and authority concerning chamber activities. Provision for a city representative or representatives to provide status reports to the Chamber's Government Affairs Committee. a provision for a city staff member to serve in the Chamber Ambassador Program, provision for the city manager and the Chamber Executive Director to personally meet on a monthly basis to discuss needs of the parties, improve communication, and coordinate actions to promote business development in the city. Next, provision for the agreement to be terminated by either party, providing written notice on or before May 1st of the fiscal year for termination effective June 30th. Provision for the agreement to be reviewed annually on or before April 15th, whether it should be amended to increase or decrease the amount of consideration required of either party, including the amount payable to the chamber by the city. During its meeting, the chamber indicated that it will be asking the city to consider an increase of $10,000 to the agreement's annual payment, which is currently $35,000, to increase to $45,000, which would be requested by the chamber for consideration by the council as part of the city's budget deliberations for the upcoming 22-23 fiscal year. To further improve communication and coordination with the chamber, the committee also discussed the designation by council of 2 of its members to serve with to meet with the chamber board of directors, essentially an ad hoc committee in that regard. Maria Bemis, Julia, and myself are members of that committee in support of the vice mayor and council member Grillo. I guess with that presents the report. Happy to answer any questions or other members of the committee to provide comment.
Mayor, may I?
Please.
We met on a constant on the 3 meetings that were scheduled. Our first, of course, was on the 26th of July. Our second was August the 31st, and then on September the 28th. And I want to put an emphasis, and I made it clear when we did the AB 1234 reports, that at the meeting of August the 31st, that's when the chamber had proposed the additional $10,000. And I don't deny at that time that it was a surprise, but we stated at the meeting that that is not something that we could address at the audit committee, that request would have to be separately, and it would have to be brought to full council for a discussion. But I will make note, and I'll make it public, that at this meeting, when I asked why would this be an additional increase, the response I got from the chamber representative, which was Mr. Ickes, he indicated that the additional $10,000 in their discussion was for a cost of living increase and for payments of insurance. I want to state here that we don't employ the chamber. We are working specifically on an agreement. So when the word that was used, cost of living increase, I was a little surprised to that regard. And premium payments for insurance. That was not a discussion, and we indicated that this is a discussion that would have to be brought to full council for that. And as we were working toward the agreement on that day, we had stated that we were the $35,000 and whether a one-time payment or quarterly payments. That all got worked out, which is why we're here with the dollar amount being blank, so that could be a discussion. And with that being said, I'm going to shift. It surprises me to have an additional $10,000 request because there's a lot of things that need to be ironed out. And I don't see a board member representative here this evening to have the question so that we could have a dialogue to that regard. The question that I would address, during COVID, there were a lot of funds that were available to businesses through disaster relief. My question, and I don't know if it can be answered, did the chamber ever apply for any California relief funds? Did they ever apply through the county? Did they make that communication with the city? I also know that there's SBA funding for EIDL, which is an economic injury disaster loan. Did the chamber ever pursue that during the COVID to ease some of the stress, for some of the relief, instead of asking for an additional 10,000? And I know that there were funds that were available through the county and, of course, the city. Were those outreaches ever done?
Christina Klassen here with the Chamber of Commerce. Yes, those funds were, we did reach out. That was part of what Jessica did while she was with the chamber. And we did use those funds to provide some relief for many of our business members that could not make their payments for annual dues.
Which loans did you apply for? Which loans did the chamber apply for?
I'm not prepared to give you those details right now. Again, that was not something that I worked on, but I know we did receive a county grant. I can definitely forward details wherever needed.
And that would be questions that we would like answered, only because we know that those funds were available, and which is why I'm surprised that there is not a board member representative, because those are directions that would be given by a board as to an application, as to a process. There was, I believe, a payment protection, and I also know that these funds were available. And even if there was a reach out, did those applications ever get submitted, and what was the result of that?
I can definitely gather that information, and I can just, as far as asking for an increase, that was not asked for due to COVID relief. That was not our purpose. The purpose was just simply based on inflation, on the fact that the dollar amount has not changed in 15 years. That was the purpose of the request. Now we understand that the request was made at the wrong time. We have a young board. I'm new to this position as well. And so we would like to take that as a learning experience, and we would like to properly request for those funds. But I would like to note those funds were not requested as COVID relief.
And thank you for that, because that is understood and that is a given, because those are questions that are important, that should be addressed. And again, the words that were used at the meeting was not inflation, it was cost of living increase. And that information was brought to the table then. And the clarification should probably come from the person that brought it to the table. It's as simple as that. And I don't want to be rude, harsh, or disrespectful. I'm here to be proactive versus reactive. And again, if we're providing a stipend dollar amount, why would we be paying for premiums instead of having, okay, well, there's $10,000 inflation. I could see those funds being used in our economic development department, who also assist a lot of the business owners, who also have assisted many in the community with their loan applications, with providing resources available to help them complete. So that's just a comment, and I'm going to leave it at that for other council members.
Thank you. And I'd like to provide some more clarification on that second part, on the insurance part. That we use, again, it was worded incorrectly by the board member. But the reason we used that as an example is because recently the dollar amount on that insurance clause has doubled. It went from 1 million to 2 million, which increases our cost because we need to increase our policy. So that was the reason we used that. Understood that we used the wrong wording. We should have used inflation versus cost of living.
Okay, so how much more did that increase your insurance? I mean, you went from 1 million, or you said 1 million to 2 million?
Yes.
Okay, that has to be only about $50, $60, maybe $100 at the most For
It
your
was
premium?
more than that. I want to say it was between 1,000 and 2,000. And there's other things to consider why we had the increase.
Okay, that's what I want to get into.
Can I jump in real, because we've sat through the meetings. I think really the main reason they asked for it was that it's just been a very, very long time since there's been an increase. That was the reason. So they were just asking for the council to consider it. I don't think that they're necessarily expecting it. It was just, hey,
Well,
And it
we
isn't,
might want to propose an increase. We haven't asked for one in a long time.
and it isn't for consideration tonight.
No.
It was
It's a
vetted at the
discussion.
meeting that it was not a part of this, that was a request.
Oh,
It
so
is
it's not a-
basically forewarning you that as part of your budget deliberations, and I guess this goes to the actual agreement. So there is recommended logistics to the agreement that are to prompt this. I guess that's really, because the current agreement you have doesn't have a mechanism for that.
Well, there is there is a section, because the way
Yeah,
it
'cause it's
reads
it,
now,
yeah.
it's a blank. So we haven't decided what to put in there, and it would be for commencing payments. So we could decide tonight. You don't have to decide tonight.
Well, I just want to stress that the
Yeah.
chamber didn't ask for it tonight. You're being, I guess,
And I think
alerted.
that's fair. I think one of the things to consider is that there's been a notable change in the program of work from what has historically happened. And I think that it's, and if I'm correct, the fiscal year for the chamber begins November 1st. So in order to observe a complete program of work, we would need to observe a complete fiscal year of operations. And I think that it would be appropriate for us, even though it wouldn't necessarily coincide with our fiscal year, to observe in a year from now what the program of work has come to, and then take it into consideration there. And I think, but probably more pertinent and more appropriate are the changes to the agreement so that that program of work can continue and then be illustrated to us, and then for us to be able to have the quarterly reports and determine if the contract has been fulfilled. So that would be what my suggestion would be. And my only other comment was that with the deficit, it did appear that the deficit was created for COVID purposes, so to aid in membership dues because of COVID and hardships. So I think that there is a sense that the deficit was caused by some COVID, so that the perception would be that the increase would be due to covering that deficit, which was from COVID. So in that discussion, I think if we were to delay this, I think we would be able to observe through the program of work a little more clearly what's going to happen. I know that the business showcase isn't happening, whether the Iris Festival happens, some of the other programs that typically happen, we still have to observe. So that's just my thought.
That's, it's a good thought, but, my thought is, and I'm all for the chamber. I was the president of the board at one time, and $10,000, the money that the city give you, it's not for insurance. That should come from your membership fees. We give you money for promotion of the city, and that's the way it's always been. If you tell me it's for, employee, because of inflation of employees or something, okay, I can understand that because it's gone up. But insurance, we always had to get out and hustle, membership dues so we can pay all that. But I just need a reason, and a good reason, to give an additional $10,000 when you come back and ask for it.
So I can give you a brief answer to that. And of course, when this matter is actually being discussed, I'm more than happy to give you a full detailed report. But as far as insurance, so Music on Main is a perfect example. We do partner with the city, and we do make that an event for the public. Cars Under the Stars is another one. All community members are welcome to that, and we do have to provide insurance for events like that. And again, when we do discuss this in full, I am more than happy to give you a larger report.
And that I can see. I can see insurance going up for those things, but, I don't see the Iris Festival happening, and you have a fall Oktoberfest, and is that replacing the Iris Festival? And because I can understand the insurance for that, because it's a lot of people that came in town.
It is not replacing. We hope to have the Iris Festival. And as we get closer to that, I will definitely give council an update. But we're not replacing it. The hope is to follow through with that.
Okay. But I just want to, and again, when you come back and ask for $10,000, give me a good reason to give it to you.
Yes.
You know, don't just ask for it, please. Thank you. That's all I.
Mayor, may I comment? And it's just, again, it was to be proactive versus reactive, and it was because I wanted to make it clear that the request is a chamber request, and it was not something that the Internal Audit Committee could make a decision, and that it would have to be brought to the full council.
Councilmember Carrillo, did you have any comments or questions?
No questions. I think Vice Mayor covered it pretty well. The 3 meetings were very full working meetings. A lot of dialogue, a lot of, revisions and discussion around that to get the agreement where it is. And I feel really good about the agreement wording. That's all I have. I think the discussion later, about the funding, I think it's good that we separate it. To me, that's how I feel. And I would take heed to the comments that were made by council members for the chamber to come back prepared for that discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I did not.
Okay. So, and definitely thank you to the Internal Audit Committee, as well as those that participated in the discussions for this agreement. Chambers of commerce are important to the cities that they belong to, and more often than not, they become, as I think I've said before, one room with a couple of people and a bunch of pamphlets, but the Porterville Chamber has always been more than that, so I know this agreement supports it being more than that, and hopefully with building the board, as you stated before, that it can become something that everybody is proud of and will remain, as it is one of the longest standing, if not the longest standing nonprofit in the city of Porterville. So with that being said, taking
a motion, or do we have
Can I have one more comment? I just would like to thank all of the council members. The audit committee was a pleasure to work through. Really nerve-wracking at first, wasn't too sure what to expect, but I think. But I think we all came out happy. I think it worked out well. The verbiage did change, and I think it really lays it out on the table so we can build not only the chamber, but the relationships between the chamber and the city, which is only going to benefit the community as a whole. I appreciate your comments. Councilmember Martha, I take that as a learning experience, and when we do come back to formally talk about, if we come back to formally talk about an increase, I'm going to use all these notes to be prepared and be able to give you guys better answers.
Yeah,
So
and
just
don't
thank you.
think I'm angry, but when they come to us and ask for additional money for their budget, they have to tell us why and what's going on. And I just don't want to throw out $10,000 because you guys says, oh, we need it because of inflation.
No, of course. Thank you. I appreciate all of the comments, and I'm using them as learning points.
So there's a couple ways you guys can handle this. You can simply approve the recommendations of the Internal Audit Committee tonight without approving the agreement. Or you could approve the recommendations and the agreement at just the existing amount until and unless the chamber brings, and then they can bring back a request for an increase on that.
Okay.
So it's really up to you guys how you want to handle this. Right now, it's written with just a blank with the payments
Didn't you
starting
make a
on
motion?
July 1st, 2022, so.
You didn't make a motion? Oh, okay.
Well,
Then-
so if there's any confusion about the blank, it wasn't to suggest we needed to fill in the blank.
Right.
If that's what the
You can, but you
angst
don't have to.
is. Yeah, so I you know, I mean, I guess I'm just, you know, we're talking about funding, and in large part, this was about trying to clarify the agreement, to talk about responsibilities, communication, coordination. I think there were a lot of good, you know, we spent a lot of time, you mentioned the budget. It's a very, we're in an odd budget structure. Where you have a November 1 and a July 1 that run basically 6 months against one another, which didn't have consistencies, does not have consistencies with the current agreement. As an example, in the current agreement, it speaks about a financial report that's provided, which would be their year end, which is probably not going to be available for a couple of months until, so if they have end of October, it's probably not going to be available to around January, February timeframe. So, which then lined up, well, the chamber, as part of that, they have a current obligation to provide that financial report of the year-end activities. At that same time, there should be a report of what those activities have been as part of that, which then lines up with our budget deliberations. So right now, under the existing agreement, there really isn't that clarification. And then what I would say was an attempt in that to try to find some order in, not disorder, but lack of it being defined, or bringing definition to where it's not defined. And so what was the best way to try to align these kind of disjointed things? And one was the, you know, contract amount and how that's paid, and trying to make that a more better defined process. Right now, it's not well defined. So, and I appreciate Alan and Julia spending time to kind of try to work through a lot of this. But then, you know, the other component of it, which was, well, that kind of goes where it goes back to the contract agreement. If the agreement is modified, there is a path to define that. But I guess I just wanted to, I didn't want, by having that blank was not a insinuation or anything that needed to be vetted further. It was really just an acknowledgement as a proper report of the audit committees that this request was brought up. When asked when it wished to be considered, it was for the next fiscal year, not in the current agreement.
Well, Your Honor, in that case, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the agreement that's written and keep it at the same budget line that we have, and we'll talk about the increase at a later date when they come back.
And I will second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just clarification, just so that I understand, because, so we are approving the agreement then, but we're going to put in 35,000.
Correct.
Because we still, I know you're saying we don't need to fill it in, but if we want these terms and conditions to be binding, we have to have a, you know what I mean, on the legal side of this, we need a contract. So I got to put either something or nothing there. So I can either take out the amount, or I can put the 35 in for now.
Well, put the 35 in for now,
Okay.
if you would, and then we can discuss that
Yeah,
additional
and if you guys,
10,000.
then we
when
can
we
come back and we can do it, and then we wouldn't need to rehash the whole agreement. What I would propose at that point is we can do an addendum if the amount's gonna change.
Yeah.
So you still have the full ability to make that request to the full council. And I'm hearing, you know, from what I'm hearing from the
Yes.
council is that the vice mayor and I'm sure the other council probably want to hear a formal request from the chamber for that to the council.
And we spoke,
With a justification as to why.
there's a mechanism for that, which talks about that. That's why,
Be good after your financial report in terms of when we're doing our budget, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
so Julia, so these are recommendations for modifications to the agreement.
Right.
Which, if by action that they accept the committee's reports, we would need to come back. We would
Want to bring back the agreement for formal approval?
for formal approval,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I mean,
Is
you
that the
could.
clean- is that the cleanest
I
way?
think you could do it tonight if you wanted to. That's why
Oh, well, it's,
Yeah.
okay.
We're gonna accept it tonight?
You can accept it tonight if you want to.
Well, I mean, they put in a lot of work, and
Yeah.
I moved that we accepted it, and we
becomes-
just
I mean,
keep it at the
It
same.
becomes effective upon execution of the parties, so the chamber would need to sign it as well, and so I guess we'd be back here if they don't want to sign it yet, but.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm hearing is that the amount can be discussed at a later date, even if it's 35,000 for now, that's in there.
Correct, that's what
And it-
I thought came out of my mouth, but I'm not sure.
And so there's a motion and a second.
Yes.
So just in the discussion, I think it's fair at least to have a figure so that the budget process at the chamber can continue. And then throughout this next year, there may be other funding that becomes available to aid in activities which may not be available in future years. So keeping good notes on improvements based on that funding, or even improvements in collaboration with staff to events that you're doing, making great notes is really what I think in the end what people will be looking for is justification, if that helps at all. And is there any other discussion from other council members before we vote?
Councilmember Tate might, I don't know if she is.
Who was the second on that, just so I have it?
Martha, I was.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tate, any comment or
Oh, I'm
question?
sorry. Vice Mayor.
No, I was reading the agreement again just now, and, I agree with the council that we should keep the budget as it was at 35,000 and then get more details to justify. And also, like you guys said, to take advantage of any programs that might supplement the chamber.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second, and we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is consideration of proposals for 2020 census redistricting services for council member districts, and Ms. Hildreth will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. As the City Council is aware, every 10 years following the receipt of updated population data from the U.S. Census, electoral districts across the country are required to update their district boundaries. With the city transitioning to by-district elections in 2018, this requirement now applies to the city of Porterville. The redistricting process is complex and must adhere to local, state, and federal law. The recently enacted Fair Maps Act sets forth specific provisions relating to the timing, boundary drawing criteria, and public participation requirements in the state of California. With regard to timing, the Fair Maps Act generally prohibits cities from releasing any draft district boundary maps until at least 3 weeks after the 2020 census data is published by the state. As you know, the release date was originally scheduled for March 31st. However, due to the COVID pandemic, that was pushed out to the late September. The city must complete its redistricting by April 17th, 2022. There are specific criteria that cities also must follow when drawing the electoral maps. This includes, but this list is not comprehensive. Council districts must be generally geographically contiguous. They must maintain geographic integrity of any local neighborhoods or local communities of interest. Boundaries should be easily identifiable and understandable by residents, and to the extent practicable, districts are to be bounded by natural and artificial barriers, such as streets, or by boundaries of the city. They also must be drawn to encourage geographical compactness in a manner that nearby areas of population are not bypassed in favor of more distant populations. There's also public participation requirements. Before adopting a final redistricting ordinance, the Fair Maps Act requires that the city hold at least 4 public hearings. One must occur before any maps are drawn. At least 2 of the hearings must occur after the maps are drawn, and then at least 1 public hearing or workshop must be held on a Saturday, a Sunday, or after 6 on a weekday. The city must also make a good faith effort to encourage residents, including those underrepresented and non-English speaking communities, to participate in the redistricting public review process. These efforts must include providing information to media organizations that offer city news coverage, including those serving language minority communities. We must provide information through good government, civil rights, civic engagement, and community groups or organizations that are active in the city. We must conduct public hearings with live translation into an applicable language. And applicable language is defined as any language that is spoken by a group of city residents with limited English proficiency who constitute 3% or more of the city's population, and that's determined by the Secretary of State. The publishing date, time, and location of any public hearing or workshop has to be published on the internet at least 5 days prior to the hearing, and the draft maps must be published at least 7 days prior to adoption. While some larger agencies form citizen-based redistricting committees to hold public hearings and hold workshops that then make recommendations to the governing body, this is not a legal requirement. There's also website requirements. The city is required to establish and maintain a page on its website dedicated to the redistricting process. That includes a general explanation of the process, procedures for a member of the public to testify during a public hearing or to submit written testimony. It must have a calendar of all public hearings, the notice and agendas for those hearings, recordings or written summaries of all the hearings, and then all the draft and final maps being considered and then adopted by the council. Proposals. So we did reach out, staff did reach out to 5 different consultants specializing in this field. Of those 5 firms, 2 submitted proposals, 2 were not responsive, and 1 declined to quote due to lack of availability. The 2 that did provide quotes, that was from Best and Krieger. It is a law firm, and Redistricting Partners out of the Sacramento area. Both of those responses, both of those estimates came back at $42,000. Best and Krieger is a law firm specializing in the representation of public agencies throughout the state of California, and they have vast experience in election law. Given that fact, staff believes that BB&K would provide the most comprehensive services for the city's redistricting efforts, and staff recommends that the council approve the proposal submitted by BB&K. So with that, staff's recommendation is that the city council, 1, consider the consultant proposals for redistricting services, 2, approve the proposed agreement and scope of services by Best and Krieger for full redistricting services in the amount of $42,000. 3, authorize a budget adjustment in the amount of $42,000 to be paid from the general fund. And 4, authorize the mayor to sign said agreement. I am available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions from council to staff regarding what we've been presented with?
No questions, but I'd like to make the motion that we consider Best and Krager as a consultant, and other recommendations for staff.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? No? Okay, we can go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item is a new Porterville Rescue Mission update, and Mr. Ryden will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council.
Your Honor, are you going to read that whole thing?
If you would like, I actually was not. I was just going to read the first paragraph and the last paragraph, last 2 paragraphs,
All right.
if you would like
Okay,
to
go
give
for
a
it.
background.
All right, I'm good.
So essentially with that, I'll try to summarize it even more for you, Council Member Stowe. So the City Council adopted a resolution 43-2019 approving the conditional use permit for the new Porterville Rescue Mission on June 18, 2019, and there was several conditions within that conditional use permit that was to bring the site up to compliance with the municipal code. One of the requirements also in that conditional use permit was to council had requested that staff bring back twice a year an update to the City Council. So the last update was brought back on August 17th, where staff brought an update to the council regarding the progress of the remodel project, as well as information regarding conditional use permit and some of the violations that had occurred at that time. The violations included a recreational vehicle, as well as that was being used with electrical extensions and things of that nature that was against the code, as well as outdoor storage and tents. The new Porterville West Commission was provided 72 hours to mitigate that, and they remedied those violations within the time frame provided. At that meeting, council requested an update be brought back at the meeting scheduled for this evening, so that's why we're here today. Since the last meeting, the new Porterville West Commission has had 2 inspections. The staff report issued 1, but there was actually another inspection that occurred today. The first inspection occurred on September 29th, and the other one on October the 19th. The first inspection was for underground plumbing for the restroom remodel, which was passed. During the inspection, the Newport Rescue Commission disclosed that while there are saw cutting an existing concrete slab for the restroom remodel, that a 4-foot section of the exterior footing fell apart. City staff requested that it be evaluated by an engineer and provide a design to correct the issue. After writing the staff report, an engineer's solution was provided, as well as the work was completed. The second inspection that occurred today was an inspection of the solution of that footing, as well as an electrical inspection. The footing inspection passed, but the electrical inspection did not. On September 24th, 2021, the Porterville Police Department and the Code Enforcement Division responded to the new Porterville Rescue Mission on a call of a discharge of illegal fireworks, which a suspect was found to be in possession of additional fireworks and received an administrative citation. While on site, Code Enforcement observed conditions of the neighboring property at 14 South A Street, which is also operated by the new Porterville Rescue Commission, that was not in compliance with the 1997 Uniform Housing Code. The conditions, item 19, observed in the rear yard utilized as a living space with outdoor shower. It was built in close proximity to electrical panel. Food and other items had been allowed to accumulate in the yard with the multiple tarp-covered areas. It was creating an attractive nuisance and possible fire hazard. The property owner was notified and required to remedy conditions prior to November the 1st. They remedied those conditions prior to that. Their conditional use permit does not include provisions located at 14 South A, but to note that as an attachment A in the conditional use permit is the operation statement. In the operation statement, it does outline that 14 South A Street provides for 6 long-term residential beds and 2 emergency bed shelters for women. City staff inspected the property located at 14 A Street on October 12th, 2021, and found the conditions were in compliance with the 1997 code had been remedied. And I apologize if my computer restarts. It just got a warning. So the recommendation from staff to the city council: consider the report and provide any direction they feel appropriate.
See, even the computers are tired.
Right? The computer is telling me I spoke too much tonight.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions for staff?
Yes. They made the corrections that were out of compliance last time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now they're still just working on the building, is that correct?
Correct.
And, okay, so I would like to make a motion that since the corrections were made, we continue letting them work on their building, and staff bring back, to us an update at as scheduled. And which, that's what, 2 months, next 3 months?
I believe it's in January. I don't have it. February, yeah, it's in February.
Okay.
I apologize.
Make a motion that, they continue their improvements and bring back, their scheduled update in February.
Okay, okay, so we have a motion and a second. And just in further discussion, I just want to encourage, I know that there's things that come up that have been items either for delay or with tents or the shower or some of the other things that just, I know that there's changes and people who have been, and everybody who's been trying to represent this project, I know has always had the best intention at heart, but just having that list of things, just that we try not to repeat any of those things that have happened and stay on this path to get the project done. And those are my only comments. Is there any other comment from?
I have some comments. What I want is for us to continue to monitor closely. I had concerns because of, it appears to me that they have an outside encampment going on. It's sort of like what we're trying to work to resolve. And that same type of a situation is reoccurring, except within the community, in the backyard of a house. And there's supposed to be, population of women and children, but then there's males that were in close proximity, and there was showers, and there was, it was near electricity, and it was unsafe. So I think it needs to be really closely monitored, continue to be monitored, and then reviewed periodically as you suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Just for clarification, then the next report.
I believe it's the first meeting in February.
First meeting in February.
Thank you. Next item, Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is to consider a resolution of support for Water Infrastructure Funding Act of 2022. California State Assembly Member Mathis has requested that the City Council consider a resolution of support of Water Infrastructure Funding Act of 2022. The act is a citizens ballot initiative that's been filed for ballot title and summary with the California Secretary of State back on August 26th. The initiative would need 1 million registered voters in California to sign the petition to place it on the November 22 ballot. Essentially, the act amends the state constitution, proposing that 2% of the state's general fund, which is currently approximately $3.5 billion a year, be annually allocated to projects that increase California's water supply, allowing half of the funds to be used to finance large supply projects, and then continue to be appropriated annually until completed projects add an additional 5 million acre-feet of water supply. So that's the sunset on it, once that's been done. So that's a recommendation would be the City Council consider the draft resolution of support for the Water Infrastructure Funding Act 2022. Can't answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the report. Are there any questions from council? Okay, any action regarding the resolution?
I would like to make,
Thank
do you have a comment?
No.
Oh.
I was going to say, I've been making all the motions. Somebody help
I
me.
was going to say, I was waiting for someone to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for the draft resolution of support for the Water Infrastructure Funding Act of 2022.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Sorry, Councilmember Tate, he beat you to it.
Oh, sorry. No, let her second it. I've been on the list.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. And next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is city billboard regulations, and City Attorney Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of the council. At the last meeting on October 5th, the City Council directed that an item be scheduled concerning the city's billboard regulations in response to a citizen's complaint about a specific billboard's content and its proximity to a local school. Consequently, you directed that I go ahead and provide, do some research and come back. So the city is severely restricted from enacting content-based regulations to the point where it's virtually prohibited from enacting content-based regulations, and that's pursuant to the First Amendment. For example, content-based restrictions on tobacco advertising have been invalidated under the First Amendment, even when challenged in close proximity to a school. So I don't know that I need to go through all the law here, but there's extensive law on signs and First Amendment that basically, say, just like most other First Amendment cases on expression, that you cannot regulate based on content. I know I'm telling you guys something that you already know. So to avoid First Amendment violations, a governmental restriction on commercial speech must actually concern lawful activity, must not be misleading, must seek to implement a substantial government interest, and must directly advance that interest, and must reach no further than necessary to accomplish this objective. So really what it comes down to is, regardless of whether it's a commercial or non-commercial speech, because you could have either, quite frankly, on a billboard, it's going to be highly regulated with regard to, or restricted as far as whether we can do anything about it based on content. So my recommendation is we're not, I would never recommend that we make any regulations based on content when it comes to these kinds of types of expression. Now, all that stated, we are allowed to regulate on-site commercial signage, and we can actually prohibit off-site advertising billboards. We're not talking content, we're talking just the type of expression, which is a big sign, upright, off-site, concerning an off-site business or activity. And so we can have a content-neutral ordinance that bans or otherwise regulates all off-site billboards, because that has nothing to do with, we're not regulating based on content under the circumstances. And in fact, we already have that.
I was going to say, I thought
we actually already have that, which is, so we have a prohibition in our development code with regard to any off-site billboard signage. We prohibit it. Now, so you're probably wondering, well then why do we actually have some of that? Because that was all there when we enacted those regulations. That's a common issue for cities. So cities will often, prohibit this type, but then there's already land use in existence. And there's actually law on that as well. So the law basically says that we can certainly regulate it and we can prohibit it, but if it's already there, then we need to have some reasonable way of amortizing it out of its use if we want to do that. We've actually opted at this point, we don't have any amortization, so we allow it until right now, currently, we allow it until the use stops because we consider it legal nonconforming. So it has to stop for a period of time or be abandoned. We deem it abandoned, and then no one can do it after that. However, we can certainly put in reasonable restrictions on amortization, but you got to keep in mind this would apply to all billboards, right? It has nothing to do with content, what's on them. It would be any billboard in the city. So we have that ability to do that, but we would have to come up with a reasonable restriction in light of the length of the leases in town on the billboards, so that people can still get their use out of it, see the value of their use out of it over a certain period of time before they have to stop the use. So typically what we've seen upheld in the courts so far is 5 to 7 years. So it can be quite a long time. We could actually justify a smaller period. We just have to have a basis for making a shorter period of time. So we could certainly look at that, but I didn't want to get too far down this rabbit hole without getting direction from the council first on what you guys want to do, if anything, with regard to, because this is just kind of a broader question, right? This has nothing to do with this one particular billboard. This has to do with what do you guys want to do, considering that you already prohibit them. Do you want to look at actually a situation of amortizing them out, to have them actually go away, or do you guys want to continue to allow the ones that are there to keep, being used until that we deem that they're abandoned? So that's where we're at. We just put it on. You guys had asked me to put it on. You can certainly provide further direction, and staff can act accordingly.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we address the issue, I just wanted to ask that with the restart, does that set Zoom or any of that those off?
Oh, did we lose?
And do we need to pause to,
Yep, we do.
okay.
Your Honor, the meeting is still technically going on live stream. The Zoom itself is still there. You are still able to speak with anybody that is on Zoom.
Okay.
The only thing is that for display purposes, the projector and everything is off.
Oh, the projector went out. Okay.
Councilmember Tate is still on, and I believe she can still hear us.
Okay. Then I think you guys-
Councilmember-
I can hear you, I'm fine.
Okay,
Okay. Then you
Thank-
should be fine.
okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we were.
Thank you, I didn't even notice I was too busy
Is,
talking.
is that on a timer?
I think the computer had a restart that
Oh.
was being used at one for the display. So, but my question was, I think probably the first step is identifying them. I mean, seeing where they are, what they
And
are.
I believe Jason may have already started that process, so I think he was looking at where they all are at.
We have about 5 or 6 in town?
Yes, Your Honor. When I did an evaluation, I located 6, approximately 6. There was 2 on Main Street, south by College. Then there was one on Plano near Date. There was 2 on State Route 65 on the north side of town, almost to North Grand, one on the west side of the street and one on the east side of the street, as well as there was one on State Route 65 south of 190. So I believe those constitute the 6 that I located when I took drove around as well as took a Google tour.
It may be south.
And the bus wraps are also off-site advertising. You put in an exemption for those in that code.
Our code actually provides for the prohibition of off-site billboards specifically, so.
Okay.
Now my device is saying it's tired.
I think
Council,
everybody's trying to tell us it's time to go home.
how would you like to proceed, council?
Well, I don't know if there's anything we can proceed with, unless we just,
Really what we're
Further
wanting to do is,
evaluation, perhaps?
are you, I mean, so if we were going to do some sort of amortization, we would look at what we would try to find out as much information we can with regard to the ones that are under current leases, how long they are. We can decide, and then you can actually, you can set I think the regulations can often provide for the end of this last lease or a certain period of time, whichever is great, that kind of thing, whichever is greater. But that's if you just even want to do that, or whether you have an interest in doing that at this time. Otherwise, we can leave it as it is, and they would be allowed to exist until, until that use gets abandoned, which would allow for renewal of leases. So they could go on indefinitely.
Sorry,
Okay.
please. I was just going to say, my inclination is that if there's any that are, that could be perceived as a hindrance to any kind of development or a plan for years to come, or some kind of road extension or acquisition, that those be brought, to the forefront to consider for some type of action to then decide the time limit.
Be a little bit more investigation, find out what we have and
Yeah.
what the other issues are with them before we make a determination as to what you guys want to do.
exactly, and that's what I had an issue with. If we find out how much time is left on the ones that we have, because in the future, it could hinder a building or some development or something, and,
Right.
yeah, so,
Well, and if it were to be in a right-of-way issue, then it's going to end up getting taken care
Yes.
of itself.
Yeah.
Because we'd end up purchasing or, needing the property.
Well, but actually was the question I was going to ask you. Sorry to, I don't know, blindside you with a legal
okay.
question, but if you had, as an example, you have an existing billboard that there's a widening project that causes it to be eliminated or relocated, is it allowed to be relocated?
No, it wouldn't be allowed to, you would just say, yeah, I think what would happen, we would still have to pay though. I mean, there would be severance damage for that business. So you can control the severance damage by putting in an amortization regulation, because then, down the line, if they only have 2 years left in their amortization, you're not going to end up, versus if you have an indefinite, that's a greater damage, severance damage to them, right? So, I mean, there are good, sound business reasons for thinking if you really don't want to allow them, that you actually, the standard, the good practice would tell you that you probably should consider whether you want to do some sort of amortization.
Yeah.
If it is truly your intent not to have these in the city, which is currently what you guys have in your regulations.
Right.
So it's worth considering for other, just general reasons, because for that very reason, if they're along, that's one thing. If you've already got it amortized, then you've capped out the value over the long term of what that billboard would be worth to the property owner. So, because they're gonna have to get rid of it anyways when that final year hits.
So that answers it.
Yeah.
There isn't an obligation for relocation. It actually just, if you
Right.
don't have an amortization schedule, then it might.
And I don't think there'll be a relocation obligation, but it would be a value. It would factor into the value of what you have to pay for that property as severance damage for it. So again, it's going to depend. Everyone's going to be different, right? It's going to depend on where they're located. Some aren't necessarily right along a right of way, but a lot of them are. So maybe all of them are, but they don't necessarily have to be.
Because we've been trying to get rid of
Wow.
Everybody. Yeah. Fernando's appeasing the spirits. Now I know what happens when I'm on Zoom, huh?
We're all just amplified versions of ourselves, I guess.
Have I introduced you to the newest employee named Murphy?
If it can't go wrong, it will.
Yeah.
So the audios should be good? Audio's good now? Okay, there's just one of me. So,
There's everybody.
the gang's all here. So I think, and thank you for the research that you put into the first question, which was regarding content, and likely there's a lot of information about the amortization process and how that works, and maybe bringing something back to us would be a.
We're supposed to be bringing back the sign regulations. Why don't we
Add it to the
fold that
list.
into the conversation about that?
We can do that.
Yeah,
Well,
at a minimum, we can plot the ones that are existing, probably can find when they were, if they were done in the city. I know, several of them I know of were, I mean, hopefully we'd have some city records on when they were allowed. There were some that were in areas that were annexed into the city, so they were created under authority of the county.
Well, and they may not, they're not necessarily, if they're privately owned, they are not necessarily required to give us information that we don't already have. But that's okay, because we can still, I mean, there's provisions for us to set a reasonable time then if they're not going to share that, but.
But at a minimum, if they were erected in the city, while in the city, there should be a permit
Right.
that we can go and pull and say, and I mean, we're talking about less than a dozen in the city.
Yeah, less than 10.
Yeah, so just, I know some of them were done in county areas that have subsequently been annexed.
None of them are state property, right? It's all private, I think.
Private property, sir.
I know the one
I would be surprised if there were any, I mean, I know there is a process. I actually think there's some in the railroad right-of-way we acquired. They're actually on city property. If you go out further out North Main, I think you're going to find that there's some out in the unincorporated area in the railroad right-of-way, what is now city property, but there were, because they were private, you know, it was Union Pacific, they owned the right-of-way, and then when we acquired it, those leases transferred to the city.
Which they would be required to tell us what those are, if we don't already know.
Okay.
So,
So,
okay,
is
we'll
that?
add it to the list.
Okay, that's sufficient direction.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, and next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next item is the status and review of your proclamation of local emergency. Give me a moment here. As council is aware, you made your initial declaration on March 17th, 2020, and last reviewed and made continued finding of local emergency at your last meeting on October 5th, 2021. Current Tulare County statistics as of today, according to their COVID website, is that there's, since your last report 2 weeks ago, there's been an increase of 2,259 cases in Tulare County for a total of 65,078. In the 93257 area code, there's been an increase of 511 for a total of 13,369. In the last 2 weeks, there's been 37 additional deaths for a total of 949. Recoveries is 2,516 more over the last 2 weeks for a total of 61,736. And then active cases, today there are 2,393, which is 294 less than 2 weeks ago. And then in the 93257 area code, there are currently 559, which is 81 less than it was 2 weeks ago. Vaccinations in the last 2 weeks, there's been an increase of 4,724 for a total of 237,685 vaccinated. I think that's 54% of Tulare County's population, I read. Hospitalizations over the last 2 weeks. Today, there's 171 individuals hospitalized, which is 4 more than 2 weeks ago. Sierra View is reporting 31, which is 2 less than 2 weeks ago. There's 166 confirmed, which is 5 more than 2 weeks ago. And Sierra View has 26 confirmed, which is 1 less. Suspected countywide is 5, which is 1 less. And then at Sierra View is 5, which is 1 less than 2 weeks ago. In the ICU, there are 25 patients, which is 3 less than 2 weeks ago. And Sierra View is indicating all 10 of their ICU beds are currently in use. PDC remains in warm status, meaning it can be reactivated within 72 hours. California CDC classifies Tulare County as substantial to high transmit. It's considered high transmission, which its current cases per 100,000 over 7 days is decreased down to 28.6. That's where we are at today. Actually, California was classified by the CDC from high to, I think, the next level down just today. But Tulare County still remains a high transmission area. Vaccine events. We did have a community roundup event on October 7th through 9th, which saw 1,241 individuals vaccinated, including 343 first vaccines. And to date, there's been $230,200 of ARPA funds expended as part of in support of those events. We did have there was supposed to have been for the last Music in Maine, a vaccine event that had been scheduled, but due to lack of staffing, Sierra View needed to cancel that the night before. The next roundup event is scheduled for October 28th through the 30th with the Music on Main on October 29th, although I do want to be careful in committing to that given that there had already been a staffing shortage for the last, and this is the competition between the clinic that they're operating and then also doing a pop-up event at the same time, and it becomes a logistics issue. City unpaid utilities did see an increase as of September 30th. There's $1,205,360 in unpaid utilities. affecting water at the highest amount at $602,471, sewers at $320,062, and refuse is $282,828. And that doesn't count late fees, which have been suspended by the council, which would have been $291,399. There's a, under the AB 361, which is the opportunity for Councilmember Tate, as an example this evening, to participate in the meeting virtually and not have to notice the location she's participating. There is a resolution that's presented for council's consideration for approval that would extend for another 30 days until, that would be, what, November 17th, would allow the opportunity to continue to have meetings and I would say under the legislation for modified Brown Act meetings, and extends as well to your governing bodies. So not having been at the last meeting, council also wanted to have some discussion with regards to businesses participating within the vaccine events. So happy to answer any questions or with direction provided by the council, but staff's recommendation would be the council consider the finding of conditions of local emergency continuing, as well as adopt the draft resolution allowing for AB 361 meetings, and then any other direction the council wishes to provide.
Just want to clarify, one of the numbers that you gave, you said in the last 2 weeks, there's been how many, did you say 37 in the last 2 weeks, deaths?
Correct. There were, according, 2 week over 2 week, it was 37 additional.
That seems like an increase in the.
That's a bigger number than.
Okay.
I don't know. Countywide.
Yeah, that number's, I mean, it could be a backlog, but still, that's a progression in number over that period of time.
I would say the takeaway from it is that the cases are down, and I think you're kind of reading about this. Cases are down, hospitalizations and deaths are still continuing to be, I would say, at disproportionately, it's not falling like the case rate is. What was the death in that area? It's not reported by zip code. It's only reported countywide.
Okay, thank you for that report, and I know it just, every time it just keeps adding on, especially now with the Bill 361, we have to keep adding. So similar to the drought, keeping a running tally on this crisis. So thank you for giving us the details. And I'm sure we're looking for a continuation of that.
Actually, a continuation of the proclamation of emergency and adopting the resolution extending the.
Yeah, this is going to be a new.
I will make that motion.
Yeah.
That one right there.
So the motion right there, and was that, do you want a second? Okay.
Please clarify your motion. Thank you.
So it's to approve both the resolution of continuing emergency as well as the AB 361 resolution, which is the Brown Act modifications.
Otherwise, you would have to post.
Your
And John,
address
that
where you're
would,
at.
excuse me, just one more question. So that would extend our opportunity to be able to use Zoom when we have to?
Correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Without posting it on your front.
Correct, without posting it on your front door.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to oral communications.
Dun, 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 dun.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I apologize, I got here a little late. I appreciated council's action on rezoning downtown south. Jason did a good job on the staff report. He is a little incorrect, I think, though. I came up with about a dozen, actually, automotive businesses down there, and maybe more. So it's a good common sense repair to something we needed. And the exciting thing is, at least the gentleman that used to do work on the foreign cars, now he's got a building down there, so you know, instead of having to take your cars to Visalia now, if you're lucky enough to have an expensive car, now you can get it now. Anyway, Mercedes and stuff. Now we still have a Mercedes guy in town, so that's good. And he was excited. We got him in business, or he's still waiting on his permit. I guess after tonight he'll be in business. So I think it's a good thing. Again, we kept a guy working, and we were going to have none, and now we've got at least one. So we got a status quo. The other issue is about the billboard. It's just sad that you know, groups just seek to weaponize, you know, everything, you know, to their advantage. I guess they think it's their advantage. And this all began like with the Walmart Supercenter when the unions got some guys to contest that, and that ended up killing it. You know, they delayed it enough to where basically the business model changed and it was done. And same thing happened, is happening here. We have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Now some guys that own some billboards are gonna lose their money. I did want to answer a question. When it comes to railroad, it's actually, believe it or not, it's a revocable license agreement, which means if it was at least on the railroad I used to own, when you buy the property, it's a pretty brutal license. They give you 30 days. You can't contest it in court. So if it's something that the city has on the railroad property, it's pretty easy to get rid of. Amateurizing it out, I imagine some of those signs have been there since the 60s. So I imagine they're pretty much all amortized out. I don't know if you're going to start from now, but if you're trying to say if they've got their money back, they've got their money back. But again, I feel it's sad. It's just like with the whole thing with the proclamations. Now, something that used to be really nice and good gets you know, twisted up to where now we got to have them at the end of the meeting, so someone doesn't try to weaponize them for some political thing, and that's what's happening with these billboard signs. But I hope you look at them. I hate to kick them all out, but if that's what we got to do, I guess that's what we got to do. But anyway, all right. Well, I want to thank you again for downtown, and I would like that maybe we bring something back on the rest of the zoning to kind of. We have a bunch of vacant buildings that people want to rent, and because of you know, our zoning ordinance, it's so restrictive that you can't. A lot of guys just can't. They call me up for Friends Lumber, and I ask them what they're going to do, and I said, listen, they're not going to let you do that there. I'm not going to let you do that there. I'm not going to let you do that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for oral communications?
Hi, council members. Brent Whitney again. Thank you for taking up the issue with the billboard and doing some homework there. The request wasn't for any kind of a ban. I was hoping we could appeal to people's better angels and ask for more discreet signage, just out of respect for families and the fact that, according to Census Bureau data, almost a third of our city is under the age of 18. If that content was in a movie, they'd have to have a parent with them to get in. And yet, every day, our school children are looking at content that we would normally reserve for adult members of our city. So when I spoke with Lamar Advertising, they suggested some kind of letter sent to them saying what are the standards for your city. So the way their internal policy is written, the onus is put on each individual city to let them know what we would like placed on billboards and what we would prefer not to be placed on billboards. Thankfully, the executive I talked to told the regional director that that billboard should not be used in the future for any type of adult content because it's near a school. So they are trying to work with us in some way. I heard some of the concerns from other citizens, and I did want to say publicly, though I work as a pastor, my concern was as a citizen. I understand the separation of church and state, so this isn't me trying to enforce my religion on anyone. I also heard some concerns about discrimination, and I made it clear in my prior speech that in no way was this discriminatory. It was just we would prefer to not have sexually graphic content on our billboards because we can't shield our children from those images. advantages. So thank you again, and I would ask that you'd consider some kind of letter to the source and to Lamar Advertising, again, appealing to their better angels. We don't always have to pass laws. Sometimes we can just ask, right? So thank you, and it's been a long evening. Thank you for the hard work you put in for our city.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Okay, I don't see any in the chamber. Is there anybody on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to other matters. I'll start with Councilmember Carrillo.
I just wanted to bring up one thing this evening, and that was to thank the city staff for all their efforts, you know, in the work that they do, but also in preparing all these materials and information and updates, statistics and data, and everything that they provide so that we get really good reports and information to be able to make good decisions. And it is a lot of work to review these items and just get a basic understanding, but for the time and preparation that's put into this, I just want to acknowledge that tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Your Honor, and that's a very good point. Thank you, Kelly, for saying that. And I just want to remind everyone, because I was reminded that the Rotary has their 100th anniversary this Saturday, and they have the celebration, I think it's at River Island. So if you haven't made reservations, I think you still can do so. At least I hope you can, because I promised them I would go, and I haven't got tickets yet. But I still want to encourage everyone, if you haven't done so, get your vaccination for the COVID. You know, it's so important. I mean, we're losing people that unnecessarily lose. I mean, this doesn't make sense to me. You know, you'd rather die than get a shot because you're worried about the effects a shot's going to have on you. You just don't know. I've had 4 friends already just die from COVID, you know, and close friends. And not counting a couple that were just acquaintances. So get your shots. If you're listening out there, get your shots if you haven't got them. I mean, don't die for political reasons. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. So my last word is stay positive and test negative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tate.
Well, I'm here in Sacramento, and it's been an interesting week so far for me, but I would like to express all of my gratitude to our IT department. They met with me. You know, technology has advanced so quickly. My being retired for 10 years, it's been cruel for me to try to catch up with you guys. But I was so appreciative, so patient, so tolerant, and so helpful. We have some good teachers in our city staff. To try to teach me, it took some patience. And tonight, being able to use Zoom and not be absent from this meeting meant a lot to me. So I'm so thankful that they helped me to get prepared. Also, the Rotary, I'm gonna try to make a reservation. Maybe I'll see you there, Milt. Denise Marchant, her grandfather was part of the initial Rotary Club in Porterville over 100 years ago. And her dad is gonna be celebrating his 100th birthday. I think she said that's coming up. And so he's going to be honored. And he's been part of this club for all of his life. So I would like to, hopefully I'll get back and I'll be able to get my reservations in time, and I'll see you there. So with that, and thank you so much for helping me tonight. Fernando, I know you're still there, so thank you. And John and everyone for preparing me, helping me with getting everything together to do this. Thank you.
At least you're not on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and Monty, thank you so much for practicing with me a little bit before I left town. That helped. That was very helpful. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Vice Mayor.
Well, first of all, I want to express the gratitude to the colleagues on the dais. Each and every one of you brings something different to the table, and it is without reservation that I say thank you. And sometimes we go into our conversation a little too long, but that's okay. And we just take a couple of steps back and we bring it to the table once again. I want to share that last month, toward the end of September, Hopper had reached out to me, invited me to a podcast, and what he wanted me to talk about was coming back to the Tulare County Economic Development, and I said, I'm just barely going to my first meeting in October, so I will catch up with you after I'm done with it and provide you with some highlights. And he was okay with that, but I wanted to share it with you. To the Porterville community that grew up with the Rodriguez family, my condolences go out to the family of the mariachi groups. They lost a family member last week, and he was a very young man. You knew that family started with the mariachi at a very young age, and if you knew a Rodriguez, you knew that they played an instrument somewhere, somehow, and it is with heavy heart that I share that one of their members passed away, a very young man. And I want to thank, I always kind of, economic development, Mr. Ridenour, I mean, I really want to say thank you because I know that there has been a lot of work done in that department with regard to helping businesses, plural, because I hear it out in the community. And I had attended it's sort of like, it was a luncheon for another chamber where I had been invited, and your name came up in a positive note that when they have concerns that they have called you and you've been able to provide them with the information with regard to funding CDBG, and they freely shared it, and I wanted you to know that as well. That pretty much, we always say that we're grateful, but we are. Of staff, and it's to be appreciated. I know sometimes we don't mention by name, but I'm looking at Patrice because she does a lot of stuff, and and it's one of these that you know that if you can't find Mr. Lawless, you just call Patrice, and she's just gonna look to see. And it's a turnaround that's to be. We're grateful for that. And I want you to know that because we skirt around and we talk and we bring, but there's people that tonight I'm highlighting the both of you over there. You're very important. That's all I have to say.
All right.
That was good, though.
Yeah, hard to top that. So I'll just say, I do appreciate the support. I mean, I've got a meeting every day this week, and a lot of that is preparation and agendas and bylaws and all kinds of different things. Is getting those on time is due to the staff and their hard work. So appreciate all of that in a very busy time with, and as you go through the COVID things that happen, we can't, discount the fact that there's a lot of things happening in the world, a lot of things that bring bad news, but there are some things out there that are positive. I mean, even talking about improving the skate park is one, but when you look at, even when I turned on the news this morning, the first thing I saw was an MD-87 aircraft that was taking off from Houston Executive Airport and somehow caught on fire, crashed through the fence, had passengers on it, only escaped. One person had minor injuries. The entire airplane was destroyed. There's certain times when and I looked at that and I thought, how is that even possible? But when you look at it, you have to know that there are blessings, lucky things, miracles, whatever you want to call them, they're out there. So try to look for those, but more than that, try to create one of those, however you do it, whether it's through prayer, whether it's through action for yourself and your neighbors. So we just got to stay positive these days. So thank you, everyone, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Well, thank you, and thanks for all of your comments. I did want to say thank you to Patrice as well. She allowed me to attend to a family medical issue and sat in, and I was told she did such a great job, I didn't need to come back, so. We've gone really long tonight, and that's my fault probably, as I hear it.
He said, slow your roll.
Yeah. Wanted to wish a happy birthday to Maria Bemis and Javier Sanchez. They both.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
happy birthday.
So, yeah, they're both not appearing for that. And then somebody else is having a birthday tomorrow.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I'm Javier's age.
Oh,
Well, happy birthday to Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you very much.
happy birthday.
Yeah, the county is, the county's committee, advisory committee's having its redistricting, 5th district redistrict meeting in these chambers on Thursday, I think at 6:30. They were here actually today, kind of scoping out the layout of the facility. So that'll be here on Thursday evening. Next week, Finca Serena is having their groundbreaking on Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Eagle Mountain Casino is having their topping out barbecue the following day, on Thursday, I believe, the 28th. And then always on Halloween, and this is going to be, it's going to be Halloween all weekend, right? I mean, when you have Halloween on a Sunday, you probably have it on Friday and Saturday too. So, that becomes a very busy time for PD and making sure the public is safe and so no, I always know Halloween, and when I saw it was on Sunday, I said, oh my gosh, that's a whole weekend of Halloween.
Yeah, they'll be knocking at your door.
I'm sure the PD will be very busy next weekend. With that, thank you very much to the council.
Okay, and thank you to all the,
Your Honor,
yes.
if I may, I have one more piece of bad news. The Dodgers won tonight.
It was a pleasant surprise.
I said, you got to look for those miracles, right? Thanks to the staff that's on Zoom, and we are adjourned.